Chapter 1474. Hong Tiandi ascends to heaven, hee, a bunch of trash dares to compete with me, Hong Tiandi. I, Hong Tiandi, will rule the world. Just you wait, I want 100 points in this assessment. Hong Tiandi glanced at the crowd with disdain and shouted with unparalleled confidence. With Nan Huairan's reminder, coupled with his martial heart and strength, he definitely had the confidence to become the current first place. After Hong Tiandi finished speaking, Hong Tiandi's figure appeared behind him. He held the Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal in his hand as if he could rule the world. Obviously, he had displayed his huge immortal body. Seeing this scene, the other referrals were not satisfied. They did not display their immortal body previously because they thought it would not help much. Of course, the most important thing was that Nan Huairan did not remind them at all. The road to heaven, to the top of the sky. Hong Tiandi took a step forward as if he was the king of the sky. Then, he took a big step forward. His speed was actually faster than the others. Moreover, the crowd could see that as Hong Tiandi stepped forward, the laws of heaven and earth appeared. That was the laws of heaven and earth. The moon was clear and the moon was waning. This was the law of heaven and earth. Those who did not have a perfect martial heart would definitely be affected by this law of heaven and earth. However, Hong Tiandi was not affected at all. When the Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal appeared, it was as if it illuminated the world. First step. Second step. Third step. Ninth step. 12th step. The crowd's heart exploded. Hong Tiandi was indeed powerful. He had already surpassed many referrals. Pa! Hong Tiandi was like a hot knife through butter. He continued to move forward and gradually reached the 20th step. Terrifying. His martial heart is not afraid of the laws of heaven and earth. I'm afraid he has reached the perfect state. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Right now, Hong Tiandi had already created a first-place result. Moreover, he had a perfect heart of martial arts. This was very rare. Normally, it would only appear in the bodies of martial artists who had cultivated for thousands of years. This was because only those powerhouses had experienced the vicissitudes of life and knew more things than ordinary people. It's only the 20th step. It's not enough to prove me. However, to everyone's surprise, Hong Tiandi continued to move forward. When he reached the 25th step, his speed finally slowed down. However, he still continued to move forward. When he reached the 30th step, he stopped completely and stood there quietly for a moment. Finally, he shook his head, sighed and left the steps. Then, he failed. Even though he failed, the crowd was still silent. 30 steps, it was actually 30 steps. 1 Tiandi of Hong Tiandi. He had surpassed the other of the referrals by half. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Hong Tiandi with respect and admiration. How can you be compared to me? Mediocrity. On the ground, Hong Tiandi put his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent like a peerless emperor. His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Lai Qing and the others. Then he laughed in a low voice, Lai Qing, Zhang Jinhe, Shan Xiangtai, you don't even know what martial arts are. How can you become the human sovereign's disciples? Go back and cultivate for a few more years. How can he be so powerful? After hearing those words, Lai Qing and the others looked a little dispirited. Their martial Dao heart was also a little shaken. One must know that they were able to become the strongest in the Xianping region because their martial Dao heart had been tempered a long time ago. However, when they were compared to Hong Tiandi, their martial Dao hearts were immediately exposed. Hong Tiandi, not bad at all. Reaching the 30th step is extremely rare even in the path to heaven trial. You have obtained 30 points. Together with your previous 70 points, you have obtained a perfect score. At this moment, Nan Huairan's voice was heard. At this moment, the old man was smiling with admiration. He had a good relationship with Master Hong of the Hong clan, so he had helped Hong Tiandi in this trial. However, he did not expect Hong Tiandi to be so capable and obtain the first place. Perfect score. He actually obtained a perfect score in the 3 Human Emperor trials. Who else but him could have won the Human Emperor's Disciple trial today? Exclamations took place in the mountains nearby. Even the peerless geniuses of Langia and the 10 unfettered palaces wore stern looks, as if they had just witnessed the rise of a powerful martial monarch. They were the only ones who knew how difficult the path to the heavens was. All right, the Human Emperor's trial is over. The 4 people with the highest scores will become the Human Emperor's disciples. Hong Tiandi, who is ranked first, will obtain a drop of half-saint's essence. He truly deserves the title of Human Emperor's disciple. Nan Huairen's indifferent voice drifted through the sky. But just as he said the words deserving of the title, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Wait! Stop! As soon as the voice was heard, everyone on the surrounding mountains squinted their eyes. Who dared to interrupt when the results were out? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the person who spoke, and they were surprised to find that it was Lin Ling who spoke. What right do you have to speak? You have been eliminated. Get lost. Scram. Hong Tiandi sneered at Lin Ling and shouted disdainfully. Are you trying to cause trouble? The Human Emperor's disciples' trial is of great importance. If you dare to cause trouble, I would like to see how many lives you can give me. Nan Huairen's face turned cold. He was about to announce the results, but Lin Ling interrupted him, making him feel like he was ignored by Lin Ling. I'm causing trouble? Lin Ling smiled, but his smile was a little cold. May I ask if I've finished the 8 referral assessments? If I didn't, why do you think he is ranked first? Also, the Human Emperor's disciples' trial is of great importance. You didn't even test the last referral candidate, yet you decided the result. Aren't you being too arrogant? Besides, you cheated in such an important trial. Is this the right given to you by the Human Emperor? Lin Ling acted as if he didn't know how terrifying Nan Huairen was. His voice was like a thunderclap that struck the hearts of the crowd. Crazy. Lin Ling was crazy. He was questioning Lord Nan Huairen in front of so many people. Nan Huairen was a Human Emperor's disciple, and even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars didn't dare to provoke him. Who gave Lin Ling the courage to do so? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't take the trial, but was there a need for him to take the trial? Even if Lin Ling's results were better than Hong Tiandi's, he only had 30 points. He was still at the bottom of the list. Lin Ling is indeed worthy of his reputation. He is still as arrogant as the rumors say. Humph, he is just courting death. If he had taken the trial of the Human Emperor 3 times, would still think that he had a chance to win. But he only took the trial once, and now he only has 0 points. He can't see clearly. He dares to question the Human Emperor's disciple. He is dead meat. The surrounding mountains were silent for a moment, and a lot of disdainful and contemptuous voices came out. They couldn't be blamed for this. If Lin Ling had taken the trial of the Human Emperor twice, and his score wasn't low, he would have a chance to become a Human Emperor's disciple. But he had missed the 2 chances, and now he had 0 points. So, if it was someone else, they would have already given up. There was no need to embarrass themselves, let alone question Nan Huairen. Lin Ling, you are not even as good as me. Do you have the nerve to go to the path to heaven? Chapter 1475. Lin Ling ascends to heaven, it's just a disgrace. Scram. Zhang Jianhe had always been wary of Lin Ling, but now that everyone was mocking Lin Ling, he seemed to have regained his confidence and shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling seemed to be oblivious to the disdain in the hearts of the crowd. His gaze was still fixed on Nan Huairen. Senior brother Nan, although Lin Ling has 0 points, according to the rules, he still has a chance to go to the path to heaven. So, let's act according to the rules. At this time, Gendosa said. Although he also felt that it would be difficult for Lin Ling to win, he had no other choice at this time. Do you really believe the words of a junior like him? If he can really become a Ren Huang's disciple, I, Nan Huiran, will kneel in front of him and slap myself 3 times. Brother Yuan, don't waste time. I'd better announce the results. Nan Huiran sneered and refused directly. Senior brother Nan, don't forget the rules of the human sovereign. Gendosa's face turned ugly. Nan Huiran was ignoring him and did not treat him as one of the hosts. Lord Nan, since someone wants to make a fool of himself, then let him try. At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone looked over and found that the speaker was Hong Tiandi. At this moment, Hong Tiandi had his hands behind his back. He looked indifferent and said again, the human sovereign exam is fair after all. However, Lin Ling has wasted everyone's time. If he fails, I think he should kneel down and slap himself 3 times. As expected of Hong Tiandi, you are indeed magnanimous. Then let's let Lin Ling try. If he can't even match up to Zhang Jinhe and the others, then he really needs to slap himself 3 times. Many ancient experts nodded. Now that Hong Tiandi had become a disciple of the human sovereign, they naturally had to flatter him. Alright, let him try. Nan Huiran finally nodded. I'm looking forward to it. Previously, I took 12 steps. I wonder if Lin Ling can surpass me. The path to heaven isn't about cultivation. It's about comprehension of the martial Tao and the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Ling probably doesn't even know what the martial Tao is. Zhang Jinhe and Shan Xiangtai snorted coldly. They were looking forward to Lin Ling being humiliated so that they could vent their anger. At this moment, Lin Ling was already on his way to the path to heaven. Lai Qing immediately reminded him, Big brother Lin Ling, the path to heaven tests your heart of martial arts and your comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. She was telling Lin Ling about her previous experiences. Of course, this kind of experience was not very helpful, because the laws of heaven and earth could only be personally experienced and could not be explained with words. I know. This path isn't that difficult. Lin Ling smiled. Great perfection of the heart of martial arts? He'd comprehended the life of fallen leaves in the ghost domain, and it just happened to allow his heart of the martial Tao to attain perfection. Moreover, he even possessed an extraordinary comprehension of the laws of the heavens and the earth. So, he didn't take the path to ascension lightly. What? Not that difficult? Huh, Lin Ling, is he trying to make me laugh to death? Zhang Jinhe and Shan Xiangtai were stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Even Hong Tiandi shook his head in disdain. Lin Ling was so arrogant, and he would lose even more face later. The surrounding crowd was also shaking their heads. It was as if they could already see Lin Ling's failure, kneeling down in front of everyone and slapping himself 3 times. In ancient times, there was a martial artist with great perseverance who observed the sea for 100 years and comprehended a sword. Later on, he obtained the sword of the vast sea and became a disciple of the human sovereign. He entered 1,000 reincarnations and created the laws of martial Tao. Lin Ling was only in his 20s. How could he be compared to them? Pa! At this moment, Lin Ling finally stepped onto the golden steps. At the same time, the laws of heaven and earth surged. Life, death, blooming, and withering. If one's heart of martial arts hadn't reached perfection, then they would definitely be affected. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's first step was very difficult. It was as if he couldn't withstand the laws of heaven and earth at any time. He wouldn't fail on the first step, right? A lot of mocking laughter came from all around. However, before the laughter ended, Lin Ling took the second step on the steps. Moreover, it was like a flood that broke through the dam, unstoppable. The third step, the fourth step, the fifth step, all of his movements flowed smoothly. It didn't seem like he was walking on the path to heaven, but rather, he was going home. At this moment, the mocking laughter disappeared without a trace. Everyone's pupils constricted. Could Lin Ling go further? At this moment, Lin Ling was like a hot knife through butter. He finally reached the 12th step. However, his steps finally stopped. That movement made many people feel relieved, especially Zhang Jinhe and Shan Xiangtai. Their tense expressions revealed a smile. I forgot that Lin Ling has a 10th grade yellow immortal physique. It shouldn't be difficult for him to reach the 10th step. However, this is his limit. After the two's reminder, many people nodded in understanding. So that's the case. However, it was only 10 steps, and he could only get 10 points. It was still a disgrace. They didn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. He actually dared to take the test. However, just as they were thinking about it, Lin Ling's steps moved again. He took a step and continuously jumped. It wasn't one step at a time, but 2 steps at a time. In a few breaths, Lin Ling overtook Zhang Jinhe and Shan Xiangtai. Finally, when he reached the 29th step, that terrifying momentum stopped. At the same time, a helpless voice floated down from the sky. Sigh, I actually reached the 29th step without paying attention. The voice floated out, shaking the heavens. A moment of carelessness and he reached the 29th step. How could Zhang Jinhe and Shan Xiangtai endure this? They had spent a lot of effort to reach the 12th step, and Lin Ling only had a moment of carelessness. For a moment, they were stunned. Their faces were burning with pain, as if they were slapped by Lin Ling. As for those who mocked Lin Ling, at this moment, they were like ducks whose necks were grabbed. They couldn't say anything. They mocked Lin Ling for not understanding martial arts, for not understanding the laws of heaven and earth. Now, Lin Ling told them that even if he, Lin Ling, didn't understand martial arts, at least he understood it better than them. I admit that we have underestimated you. However, you're only at the 29th step. It's impossible for you to surpass Hong Tiandi. You still lose. You still have to kneel down in front of countless people and slap yourself 3 times. Zhang Jinhe's face was gloomy, and he suddenly shouted. Lin Ling was very powerful. He slapped him heavily, but no matter how powerful he was still going to lose. That's right. All of us 8 referrals are convinced by Hong Tiandi. What's the point of surpassing us? If you have the ability to surpass Hong Tiandi, come and see. Shan Xiangtai also shouted angrily. He was not as good as Lin Ling, but it was impossible for Lin Ling to be arrogant. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling smiled faintly and took a step forward. No laws of heaven and earth could stop his heart of martial arts, because his heart of martial arts was flawless. Killing, lust, and so on could not affect him. Sigh, I reached the 30th step in a moment of carelessness. I know you will definitely say that I'm the same as Hong Tiandi. Therefore, I've surpassed the 30th step in a moment of carelessness. Lin Ling's voice floated in the sky. Under countless gazes, the black-robed young man strode forward as if he was ignoring the laws of heaven and earth. In a spurt of energy, he actually reached the 50th step. That speed was unprecedented and would never be surpassed in the future. Chapter 1476. Face slapping crazily boom. Everyone's heart exploded. Is this the heart of martial arts at the perfect realm? It was very frightening. One had to know that this kind of heart of martial arts only appeared in some experts who had cultivated for thousands of years, because only those experts knew more, and experienced more. Their heart of martial arts had been tempered thousands of times. But now, that junior had it too. And what made people speechless was that he had reached the 50th step without paying attention. What if he had paid attention? This time, the faces of Zhang Jinhe and the others turned pale. They had said that Lin Ling could not surpass Hong Tiandi, but now, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Lin Ling had given them a slap in the face again. Not only them, but Hong Tiandi was also slapped hard. Because Lin Ling had surpassed him. Hong Tiandi had said that the 8 referrals were all mediocre, and he was the only sovereign. But now, Hong Tiandi was also mediocre. It's just a small achievement, and you're so complacent. Hong Tiandi, you've disappointed me. At the same time, Lin Ling's disdainful voice came from the sky. Disappointment. Lin Ling was disappointed in Hong Tiandi, as if he was saying that Hong Tiandi was too weak to be his opponent. What a disappointment. Lin Ling. At this moment, Hong Tiandi was gnashing his teeth. He no longer had the imposing manner of a ruler. His heart felt as if it was being ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. If he knew the result would be like this, he, Hong Tiandi, would never have given Lin Ling a chance. Because giving Lin Ling a chance was equivalent to slapping his own face. It's just a small achievement, and you're so complacent. Don't forget that this is the final assessment. Although you've reached the 50th step, you've only got 50 points. At this moment, a cold voice drifted out. It was Nan Huiran's voice. At this moment, his face was ugly. He did not understand how Lin Ling had reached the 50th step. But how could he let Lin Ling be so arrogant? That's right, I got full marks. Hearing that, Hong Tiandi raised his head as if he had regained his confidence. Lin Ling only has 50 points, while Hong Tiandi has 100 points. Lin Ling is still inferior to Hong Tiandi. Lin Ling, it's a pity that you missed the previous 2 tests. Otherwise, you would definitely seize first place this time. He, 50 points, still lost. The crowd also began to discuss spiritedly. Some people felt sorry for Lin Ling, while others were gloating. The full score is 100, right? Then I'll continue to be careless. However, in the sky, Lin Ling didn't seem to know how difficult the road to heaven would be. His voice drifted out. Continue to be careless? Previously, he had overtaken Zhang Jianhe and the others in a moment of carelessness. Once again, he had overtaken Hong Tiandi. What about the next carelessness? At this moment, the crowd's jaws dropped. Lin Ling did not pay attention to them. He continued to move forward. The laws of heaven and earth shrouded him, bringing with it a brilliant heavenly might. That was the power of laws that was more terrifying than the great laws. However, Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he did not hear it. Laws? One must know that in the ghost domain, Lin Ling was the only loophole in the laws. He had the eyes of the boundary lord and was not bound by the laws of the ghost domain. Back in the mortal world, the laws of heaven and earth were stronger. However, the laws of heaven and earth could not stop him. How is this possible? In such a short period of time, he has reached 600 steps. As far as I know, the heavenly emperors of the human sovereign world only had 500 steps as their final limit. The human sovereign's disciple with the title of Xian Di had a limit of 600 steps. Lin Ling has surpassed them. On the mountain peaks, the ancient martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air as if they were witnessing the birth of a miracle. 600 steps. How is this possible? Heavenly Emperor Hong's face was red. The more dazzling Lin Ling was, the more embarrassed he felt. Not only was he embarrassed, but he felt like he was slapped in the face by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's every step was like a slap to his face. Currently, he had already been slapped 600 times. Most importantly, if they were to divide each step, Lin Ling had already obtained 600 points. He had surpassed Heavenly Emperor Hong by 6 times. This thought rose in everyone's mind. They were shocked. Lin Ling had missed the first 2 human sovereigns' examinations. Hence, in the 3rd round, even if he surpassed Heavenly Emperor Hong, he had no chance of winning. But now, Lin Ling had surpassed him by 6 times. After 600 steps, that is the peak of heaven and earth. If you, Lin Ling, dare to overestimate yourself, you will die without a doubt. Your martial heart will crumble under the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. Heavenly Emperor Hong roared hysterically. Indeed, after 600 steps, the laws of heaven and earth become stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling looked ahead and said, "Humph, if you have the ability, continue to climb. Otherwise, all the points you have obtained will not be counted." Nan Huiran also shouted angrily. His aged face was full of ferocity. He had never thought that Lin Ling would reach 600 steps. Previously, he had said that if Lin Ling could become a human sovereign's disciple, he would kneel down in public and slap himself 3 times. Hence, how could he watch Lin Ling win? He wanted Lin Ling to continue and eventually be killed by the laws of heaven and earth. In this way, what he had said before would not be realized. How shameless. Lin Ling has reached 600 steps, but Lord Nanhuiren wants Lin Ling to continue. Otherwise, his points will be cancelled. This is cheating in public. Many people secretly frowned. In this way, Lin Ling seemed to have no choice. After 600 steps, the laws of heaven and earth become stronger. Previously, I only reached here because I was not careful. Now, I just have to be careful. Old bastard, if I surpass 100 steps, you will have to slap yourself 100 times. In the sky, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, tit for tat with Nanhuiren. Nanhuiren was so angry that he gritted his teeth and roared, "Then take a step and see." Pa! As soon as his voice fell, in the sky, on the golden steps, Lin Ling once again ascended to the sky. Moreover, the ancient emperor appeared, looking down at the world. Every step carried Lin Ling's firm martial heart and Lin Ling's fearless courage. 610th step. 620th step. 700th step. 800th step. Countless eyes stared at the black-robed figure. Their hearts seemed to have been struck by endless thunder. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle with their own eyes. As for Hong Tiandi, his eyes were wide open. This time, Lin Ling finally paid attention. He once again madly moved forward. 800 steps, it was unknown how many times more than his own 30 steps. As Lin Ling continued to move forward, he finally arrived in front of the Golden Palace. He was only 1 step away from there, and that was the final 1001st step. What do you all think? Will I be able to take the final step? In the sky, an indifferent voice with determination slowly floated out, causing everyone below to feel thirsty. Chapter 1477. Creating a miracle throughout history, none of the disciples of the 7 emperors' world had ever reached the 1001st step because that was the world of the 7 emperors. But now, a miracle seemed to be happening in front of them. It's impossible for you to succeed. You should know that the heavenly emperor of the 7 emperors' world, Xian Di, and other experts with titles couldn't take the final step. They have earth-rank immortal bodies, and even heaven-rank immortal bodies failed. You, Lin Ling, only have a yellow-rank immortal body. How can you succeed? Nanhuiren stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but roar. Lin Ling had reached the 1000th step. He didn't know how many times he had to slap himself, so he didn't believe that Lin Ling could succeed. Lin Ling was bound to fail. Is that so? In the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. The crowd also saw a smile on the handsome young man's face. It was a smile of confidence. Pa! In the end, Lin Ling took a heavy step forward. At the same time, in the sky, it was as if the 7 emperors had descended. An unparalleled pressure shrouded Lin Ling as the 7 emperors prevented him from moving forward. Rumble. This time, the laws of heaven and earth were even more terrifying. Not only did it test the heart of martial arts and the laws of heaven and earth, but it also tested martial arts, talent, and everything else. Legend has it that if one reached the top of the palace, he would definitely become the human emperor in the future. He can't succeed. In the whole world, countless eyes stared at the slender figure. They only had one sentence. At this moment, Lin Ling's body seemed to be pressing down on the heavens and earth. He couldn't move forward no matter how hard he tried. This made him realize how difficult the final step was. However, he still moved forward, gritting his teeth and looking coldly. It was as if he would step into the 9 heavens in the future. The laws of heaven and earth formed by talent surged. Rumble. However, when the suppressive force pressed down on Lin Ling, the terrifying yellow spring's flame resisted and forced Lin Ling to move another step. Rumble. The laws of heaven and earth of martial arts surged. Lin Ling returned to the origin and saw through the laws of heaven and earth. His feet moved another step. Rumble. The heart of martial arts and the laws of heaven and earth formed a powerful pressure. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling's body that had stopped. However, a scene of falling leaves suddenly appeared in the sky. The crowd saw that on an ancient tree, emerald green leaves sprouted and gradually flourished. Then, they slowly withered and drifted to the ground before finally returning to their roots. This fallen leaf's life is not about heaven and earth, but about himself. The soft voice was accompanied by the falling leaves. At this moment, many cultivators who were stuck at a bottleneck seemed to have become more familiar with the laws of heaven and earth. Their cultivation realms actually broke through at this moment. Falling leaves reincarnation. The ancient martial artist's pupils shrank. In Lin Ling's body, they could actually see fallen leaves' entire life. Although the fallen leaves have dissipated into the heavens and earth, what can never be erased is the memories of the fallen leaves. Boom! When the clear voice drifted out once more, everyone noticed that the black-robed young man had finally taken the final step and ascended to the top of the palace. In front of the sacred palace in the sky, Lin Ling stood there quietly. It was as if he was standing at the end of the heavens and earth. At this moment, his soul power actually broke through another level. Lin Lin, you did it. Everyone was silent. Their hearts were numb. They looked at the slender figure in the sky and their hearts were filled with deep admiration and shock. Ascending to the top of the palace? How is this possible? This can't be real. He only has the yellow rank immortal body. How can he do something that even the earth rank and heaven rank can't do? At this moment, Nan Huai-ren let out a sharp voice. His old face was even more ferocious. It was no wonder that he lost his composure. Only he knew how difficult it was to ascend to the top of the palace. Even Hong Tian Emperor couldn't do it, so how could Lin Ling succeed? Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the palace. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was sent down. At the same time, below the seven emperors' sky, eyes slowly opened. They looked at the sky with slight surprise. It was as if they could see through the endless heavens and landed on the young man. He actually reached the top. Who is this child? Quickly go and find out. Find him. Dignified voices drifted out from the ancient seven emperors' heavens. However, Lin Ling clearly didn't know any of this. He was sent down one step after another. Finally, he stood on the ground and glanced at the crowd. He smiled and said, "I'm very sorry. I was careless and ended up reaching the top of the palace." A moment of careless? Everyone's hearts exploded, but they were too embarrassed to say anything. Before this, they didn't think that Lin Ling would succeed and become the first of the 8 referrals today. Lin Ling, well done. Gendosa was excited. He had supported Lin Ling while carrying the pressure because he thought that Lin Ling wouldn't disappoint him. But now, not only did Lin Ling not disappoint him, he even surpassed his expectations. As for the people of the Black-White Dao Palace, they stared at Lin Ling. They didn't think that Lin Ling would create such a miracle. Now that I've become the first of the referrals, I should be rewarded with that drop of half-saint's essence. As for those flattering words, I don't need them. Lin Ling's eyes turned and fell on Nan Huairen. His words were filled with mockery. He was also saying that when Emperor Hong Tiandi obtained the best result, Nan Huairen was flattering him. But now, Lin Ling didn't need his flattery. Haha. Many people couldn't help but laugh when they heard the mockery in Lin Ling's words. As for Nan Huairen, he was so angry that his body was trembling. He couldn't say anything. By the way, I remember that a certain big shot once said that I would be wasting my time on the path to heaven. If my results were to surpass Hong Tiandi's, he would slap himself thrice. If I were to surpass him by 600 steps, he would slap me once. Now, I have to calculate how many slaps I have to give. Lin Ling said again. There's no need to calculate it. We've already calculated it. There are 400 slaps. No, it's 401 slaps. Laughter came from the crowd. Nan Huairan's pupils constricted. He was a dignified human sovereign's disciple. Was he going to slap himself 401 times in front of everyone? If he slapped himself, how could he be qualified to call himself a human sovereign's disciple? Moreover, if the news spread to the 7 emperors, he would be stripped of his status as a human sovereign's disciple. What? A dignified human sovereign's disciple dares to say it but not do it? Lin Ling smiled and stared at Nan Huairan. Nan Huairan's body continued to tremble and his teeth chattered. At this time, Gendosa also said, a disciple of the 7 emperors has to do what he says. Otherwise, it's an insult to the 7 emperors. Junior Yuan, you. Nan Huairan was even more angry. Gendosa was actually adding insult to injury. Lin Ling, the previous one doesn't count. You and I will fight to determine who will be the #1 human sovereign's disciple. At this time, a murderous voice burst out. Emperor Hong Tiandi was like a furious emperor. His eyes were red and he looked at Lin Ling ferociously. Chapter 1478. Dare to fight. What's more, the hatred between Hong Tiandi and Lin Ling was deep. Lin Ling had killed his brother, so he must kill Lin Ling. Yes, you can only be the first after defeating Hong Tiandi because no one can reach the top. You only have yellow rank immortal body, so how can you reach the top? So you must have cheated. Now you have to prove yourself. Only in this way can you get the recognition of the 7 emperors. Nan Huairan seemed to have found a life-saving straw at this moment, and quickly shouted coldly. Only by depriving Lin Ling of his qualification, he wouldn't have to slap his own face. Of course, I, Nan Huairan, am magnanimous. It doesn't matter if you don't dare to fight, just give up. After all, if you fight Hong Tiandi, you will definitely die. Hong Tiandi has Hong King's bloodline, and his immortal body has reached the profound rank. Nan Huairan said again, and a smile appeared on his face as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Give up. Too much. Everyone saw Lin Ling reach the top with their own eyes, and now Lord Nan is saying that it doesn't count. Cheated. Cheating? Is this possible? That is the path to heaven set up by the 7 emperors. Cheated. It seems that Lord Nan wants to use his authority to make Lin Ling give up. Cheated. In the surrounding mountains, the crowd began to discuss. Although Lin Ling had reached the top of the palace, if he fought Hong Tiandi, it was obviously impossible for him to win. However, if he didn't fight, Lin Ling would be disqualified. Is this human sovereign exam still considered an exam? I represent Lin Ling in rejecting this battle. At this time, Gendosa shouted coldly. Nan Huairan had overstepped his authority. Of course, he also knew that Lin Ling wasn't Hong Tiandi's match. Lin Ling's cultivation level was even lower, and his immortal physique was only at the yellow rank. However, Hong Tiandi was at the 3rd level of the profound rank. According to what he knew, Hong Tiandi's heavenly pattern martial art was very high, and he was the strongest among the 8 recommended candidates. Lin Ling could defeat Shan Xiangtai, but Hong Tiandi was ultimately not Shan Xiangtai. Lin Ling, don't fight. You've already become a disciple of the human sovereign. You don't have to be fooled by them. All the people who were familiar with Lin Ling shouted, including Venerable Si Calming, Elder Spirit Mountain, Great Sage Touch the Heavens, and other experts. They all had the same idea. If you don't want to fight, that means you're giving up. Our Hong family's Hong Tian Emperor is an honest man. He went through the human sovereign assessment 3 times before he finally shone brightly. You, Lin Ling, are cheating. You only participated in the human sovereign assessment once. How can you become a human sovereign's disciple? In my opinion, Lin Ling didn't dare to participate in the first two human sovereign assessment because he knew he was no match for Hong Tian Emperor. He must have used some kind of treasure in the last assessment to reach the top of the palace. At this moment, a young man beside Hong Tian Emperor shouted coldly. His name was Hong Quan and he was the other person who had been recommended by Hong Tian Emperor. So that's how it is. Many people seemed to have come to a sudden realization and nodded. Lin Ling, you really are cheating. If you don't want to fight, then you can only forfeit. True gold fears no fire. He doesn't dare to fight because he's guilty. Yes. These people were obviously on Hong Tian Emperor's side. After all, Hong Tian Emperor was the descendant of Hong Tian Emperor and he had Nan Huairan behind him. Therefore, they naturally wanted to do him a favor. Those who supported Lin Ling all looked gloomy at this moment. I, Hong Tian Emperor, have fought in the north and south. I have a great reputation in the three mysterious realms. How can I lose to a piece of trash? Therefore, this is impossible. Lin Ling, if you don't want to fight, then kneel in front of me and kowtow 3 times. Yes. At this moment, Hong Tian Emperor regained his sovereign qi. He saw Lin Ling remaining silent, so he thought Lin Ling was afraid and didn't dare to fight. Indeed, everyone looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was silent. They also thought that Lin Ling didn't dare to fight. Of course, this result was very normal. However, they thought that Lin Ling was afraid, but they didn't know that Lin Ling had caused a great commotion in the ghost realm. The heroes of Yin Mountain were fighting for hegemony. In the recommendation list of Xian Yuan and Xianhuang Dayu, there were very few people who knew Lin Ling's name, but there were many people who knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. I knew you would go back on your words. Well, if you want to play, I'll play with you. I'll accompany you in this battle. Finally, Lin Ling said lightly. Boom! The hearts of the crowd exploded. Lin Ling dared to fight? Nan Huairan was surprised. Are you sure? You have a yellow rank immortal body, and Hong Tian Emperor is a profound rank immortal body. You will definitely die in this battle. If you don't listen to my advice, then don't blame me. Old man, don't show your hypocrisy in front of me. After defeating Hong Tian Emperor, I want you to personally slap me 400 times. Lin Ling's eyes became colder. His words were shocking, and Nan Huairan's face changed greatly. His anger was overflowing. How could Lin Ling not know that his strength was amazing in Xian Yuan and Xianhuang Dayu, but he wasn't famous in Xianping province? That was why people questioned his qualifications to become the emperor's disciple. And the emperor's disciple looked at strength and talent. Therefore, at this time, Lin Ling would definitely prove himself, and prove it greatly. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. Hong Tian Emperor is not Shan Xiangtai. Gendosa reminded. In the past 6 months, Hong Tian Emperor's strength had increased crazily, and he might be able to fight with him. Therefore, he didn't want Lin Ling to fight. However, Gendosa's reminder was obviously useless. Lin Ling slowly walked towards Hong Tian Emperor. His eyes were full of killing intent. He and Hong Tian Emperor had agreed to fight half a year ago. Therefore, even if he didn't fight, Hong Tian Emperor wouldn't let him go. The hatred has been formed, so either I die or he dies. In this case, I choose to let him die. Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out, and the crowd's eyes narrowed. The battle hadn't started yet, and Lin Ling was so confident. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Indeed, the hatred has been formed. Between you and me, one of us must die. However, with your current strength, are you qualified to fight me? Hong Tian Emperor didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to accept the challenge. At this moment, he was indifferent, as if he was looking down at Lin Ling from a commanding height. He was saying that Lin Ling wasn't qualified to challenge him. In this way, it could also prove the gap between him and Lin Ling. Yes, Lin Ling, you are not qualified now. If you want to fight with Hong Tian Emperor, you have to defeat me first. Hong Quan, who was beside Hong Tian Emperor, also said with a smile. He thought that he could defeat Lin Ling without Hong Tian Emperor's help. As soon as Hong Quan's words came out, many people's eyes flickered. This was an opportunity for Lin Ling, because if Lin Ling couldn't defeat Hong Quan, he could at least retreat. At most, he would give up the qualification to be a human sovereign's disciple. However, if he fought Hong Tian Emperor at the beginning, he would die. Moreover, by fighting Hong Quan, Lin Ling could know how strong Hong Tian Emperor was in advance. However, it was obvious that they thought too much. Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to fight with me. Scram. Chapter 1479. Fighting Hong Tiandi, you. Hong Tiandi's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Lin Ling to tell him to get lost. The people around also opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling actually wants to fight Hong Tiandi. But if he fights Hong Tiandi, Lin Ling will have no way to retreat. Even Hong Tiandi isn't qualified to fight me. Lin Ling said again, as if he didn't know the shock in everyone's heart. At this moment, the crowd was silent. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond imagination. Although Lin Ling reached the top of the palace, it was a test of his martial heart and comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. It didn't represent his true strength. Hong Tiandi, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. You said that I would only be qualified to fight you when I become the disciple of the human emperor. Now, you want the trash behind you to fight me. If you're afraid, then be afraid. Why put on an act? Lin Ling said again. His words were insanely arrogant. No one could react to the sudden change in the situation. At first, Hong Tiandi forced Lin Ling to fight, but now, Lin Ling forced Hong Tiandi to fight. Everyone was shocked speechless. I'm afraid of you. Good, good, good. Since you said so, how can I not fight you? Hong Tiandi laughed out of anger. Lin Ling's words were mostly provocative, but it was undeniable that he was enraged. If I fight you, you will regret it. Rumble. Along with Hong Tiandi's last shout, a powerful aura was released. Third layer Saint Realm, and his immortal physique had reached the third level of the profound realm. It was extremely terrifying. One must know that Hong Tiandi's bloodline needed to be continuously stimulated. It was said that when the bloodline was stimulated to the limit, Hong Tiandi would descend and become an ancient emperor. This was similar to Lin Ling's fiend god tyrant physique. It could continue to grow. After all, Hong Tiandi was an expert on the same level as Jai Xing Emperor. I won't use martial arts. You are not qualified for me to use them. I can crush you with my talent alone. The Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal appeared. It was like the mandate of the heavens, hanging above the Hongtian Emperor's head, suppressing all living beings. The imperial jade seal was the symbol of an emperor. Once the imperial jade seal appeared, all living beings in the world would submit to it. The power of the Heavenly Emperor imperial jade seal increased the power of Hong Tian Emperor, causing his Dantian Saint Si to become even larger. Rumble. Under countless gazes, Hong Tiandi's cultivation had actually reached the fourth layer of the Saint Realm. It's the power of the Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal. It seems like his innate immortal physique can increase his cultivation realm. Many ancient experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Hong Tiandi's immortal physique was different from other people's. It was the simplest, but also the most effective support function. A fourth layer saint against a first layer saint, how could Lin Ling win? Many people shook their heads. The result of this battle was obvious. 6 paths of 10,000 wind and cloud manipulation. Emperor Hongtian's long hair danced wildly in the wind. His body floated up as if the Son of Heaven had descended. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out viciously. Rumble. Wind and clouds billowed as the Son of Heaven's aura formed a storm, sweeping towards Lin Ling. Although it wasn't the power of the Great Law, it was still the power of the Saint Si. Clearly, Hong Tiandi intended to use his cultivation to suppress Lin Ling. With such a huge difference in cultivation level and the immortal physique's detection, Lin Ling won't be able to block the storm. Many people stared at the huge storm. Even some neutral martial artists didn't think that Lin Ling could block it because the difference in cultivation level was too great. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He took a step forward and finally made his move. Pop! 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 An ancient illusion of a venerable emperor appeared. At the same time, a towering flame erupted from Lin Ling's left hand. A fire dragon roared, making it seem as if Lin Ling was holding a fire dragon in his hand. Venerable Emperor, fire dragon, no doubt shocking the world. The power of the 9 universes, swallowing the mountains and rivers. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's figure floated gracefully, distorting space as he pounced towards the storm. Crazy. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. When Lin Ling faced an attack that exceeded 3 cultivation levels, shouldn't he use defense as an attack? But now, Lin Ling was using brute force against brute force, charging into the storm. Rumble. Lin Ling's body shot in. The terrifying power of the Saint Sea turned into a storm, as if it wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. However, although Lin Ling looked like he was in the middle of the storm, he was as steady as a mountain, like an immovable wisdom king. Great law, he has the great law of the void. That's the space gap. The cultivators present were all terrifyingly powerful, and they had keen eyesight. They saw that the space around Lin Ling was distorted, and the power that was attacking Lin Ling was separated by at least 50%. Moreover, he can distort space. His movement technique is extremely terrifying. The older martial artists could see Lin Ling's movement technique. This meant that Lin Ling had the 2 great laws of the void. 2 great laws. At this moment, even Hong Tiandi's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's cultivation level was weak, but he was obviously using the great laws to make up for this flaw. 100 Dragon Roar. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had charged into the storm, shouted. The flame in his hand finally bloomed. Although the level of the flame wasn't high, the power of the great laws wasn't weak. Pinnacle Realm. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes again. They saw the raging great laws of flame and the roaring of the dragons. Bang bang bang. Thousands of fire dragons appeared. They were surrounded by the storm, but the world of dragons couldn't contain them. Therefore, the next moment, the flames finally erupted. Countless fire dragons wreaked havoc in the sky. Wherever they passed, the great laws would follow. Fire Dragon King. Everyone heard Lin Ling's cold shout. Then, they saw a majestic Fire Dragon King swimming out from the fire dragons. With no end in sight, it swept towards Hong Tiandi. This was the great law of fire that Lin Ling had comprehended, the pinnacle realm. One must know that in the ghost realm, Lin Ling's great law of fire had reached the pinnacle realm. However, that was only because of the fire runes of the tyrannical Song Sword. But now, he could use it himself. Moreover, the effect was stronger than the tyrannical Song Sword. After all, it was something that he had comprehended himself. Boom! The Fire Dragon King roamed the world. The great law of fire erupted. With a deafening explosion, a figure flew out from the sky. He stood in the sky with a gloomy face because his eyebrows were slightly burned. This person was Hong Tiandi. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. There was a difference of 3 realms. Hong Tiandi was actually at a disadvantage in their first confrontation. Even his eyebrows were burned. Lin Ling's cultivation level was weaker, but his heavenly pattern martial arts were more powerful. Apart from the heavenly pattern martial arts, his physical defense is also terrifying. He has the ability to separate space. When the remaining power landed on his body, his physical body could withstand it. Gendosa also stared at Lin Ling in the sky with a heavy heart. In just half a year, the difference between Lin Ling and the time when he was in Yuan's Ci Mountain Villa was like heaven and earth. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had more tricks up his sleeve, he would be even more shocked. At this moment, the ground was silent. Everyone was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. This time, they didn't underestimate Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's cultivation level was weak, his comprehension of martial arts surpassed many people. You hurt me. In the sky, Hong Tiandi looked coldly at Lin Ling. His heart was boiling with anger. The first time he suffered a loss, he was extremely surprised. Chapter 1480. Heavenly Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal Warm-Up. Such a sensational battle was just a warm-up for Lin Ling. Hearing those words, the crowd finally understood why Lin Ling was so arrogant. It was because he had absolute strength. This made the crowd even more expectant. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding his strength? You! Exclamation point. Hong Tiandi was speechless. Previously, he was so arrogant, thinking that no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was still inferior to him. But now, his miserable state was completely different from what he had said. However, he quickly calmed down. No wonder you were so confident. So you do have some ability. First layer Saint Realm, yet you have the great law of the Peak Realm. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, your perception is really frightening. Obviously, Hong Tiandi was starting to pay more attention to Lin Ling this time. However, while he paid attention to Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. Not going to let me? Acting in front of me is just asking for humiliation. I can tell you that if it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to defeat you fair and square, I would have already killed you with one strike. Right now, I just want to play with you slowly. Exclamation point. A disdainful voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, shocking the crowd. Play with you? Such arrogant words shocked the crowd once again. It was undeniable that they had underestimated Lin Ling, but that did not mean that Lin Ling would win in the end. Of course, if they knew that in the ghost domain, Lin Ling could kill a fourth-layer saint with just his soul force, they would not dare to think that Lin Ling was arrogant. One must know that the current Lin Ling could kill a fifth-layer saint with just his soul force. Therefore, Lin Ling did not feel that he was arrogant at all. Kill me with one strike? In the sky, Hong Tiandi was so angry that he laughed. He felt that this was the funniest joke in the world. He said indifferently, you were indeed a little powerful before, but don't forget, I also have a heavenly rune martial art. Moreover, I am also at the peak realm. In addition, my immortal physique and realm are higher than yours. How can you win against me? As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal above Hong Tiandi's head blossomed with radiance as if it was absorbing the sacred energy of heaven and earth. Imperial Qi. Some ancient martial artists noticed that Hong Tiandi was absorbing sovereign Qi. It had to be known that there were countless types of energy in the world. Ghost Qi was divided into baleful Qi, evil Qi, Yin Qi, and so on. But there were also many types of sovereign Qi. There was 9-5 Qi, Dragon Qi, Supreme Qi, and so on. Clearly, Hong Tiandi's martial arts were the cultivation of sovereign Qi. He was the son of heaven. Pop! Pop! In the sky, Hong Tiandi's entire body shone with golden light, as if the Heavenly Emperor had descended. His strength increased once more. The Emperor's great regulations appeared. With the pressure of a celestial emperor, any means used against him would be weakened. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling, wondering what other tricks Lin Ling had up his sleeves. Would he start to fear Hong Tiandi? Not bad, you can force me to use my true strength a little. At this moment, Lin Ling indifferently said a sentence. That sentence once again shocked everyone. They never thought that the calm and collected Lin Ling would actually become so arrogant that even the heavens and earth would not be afraid of him. In front of my absolute defense, absolute attack, and absolute speed, any sovereign Qi is useless. At the same time, Lin Ling didn't retreat. Instead, he charged towards Hong Tiandi with the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. Sovereign Qi might affect others, but it was useless against him. His godly demon overlord physique was immune to a large number of attacks. The space between them could block 50% of the attack. In addition to his perfect martial arts heart and the sector overlord's eyes hidden in the depths of his soul, Hong Tiandi was qualified to be called a sovereign in front of him. Rumble. In the sky, two figures clashed violently, sweeping across the sky. The storm raged, and the surrounding mountains were sliced off by the force. They were like rice straws rolling in the sky. Divine dragon claws slay demon. Lightning rage shatters the void. Boundless Tathagata Chi of the four directions. Hong Tiandi continued to roar and unleash terrifying attacks. However, Lin Ling wasn't affected at all. The three absolutes suppressed Hong Tiandi heavily. Rumble. Finally, a figure was sent flying. At the same time, a roar could be heard, "Lin Ling, I will kill you." What was shocking was that the person who was sent flying was Hong Tiandi. At this moment, Hong Tiandi was hysterical and was on the verge of going crazy. Lin Ling's defense was too strong, and his speed was too terrifying. Most importantly, his attack was terrifying as well. Even if he used the Great Law, it was useless. That's all you have. Use your strongest move, or you won't have a chance. On the other side, Lin Ling said indifferently. His attitude was to suppress Hong Tiandi. During the entire battle, he was suppressing Hong Tiandi. After returning from the ghost domain, if he couldn't suppress Hong Tiandi, then he would have entered the reincarnation cycle in vain. At this moment, the flames on the sword in his hand were extremely dense. It was as though a dragon was suppressed within it. This made many people's eyes tremble. They could see that Lin Ling's sword was also a heavenly weapon of high grade. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was so invincible. He had too many hidden trump cards. Go to hell. Heavenly Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, suppress. At this moment, Hong Tiandi finally unleashed his strongest attack. In the sky, the ancient Imperial Jade Seal kept circling and rising. It actually turned into an ancient mountain, as though it was going to suppress the entire mortal world. Rumble. When the Imperial Jade Seal reached the peak of the sky, it began to fall, covering the sky. Many people even saw an illusion behind the Imperial Jade Seal. It was as though Hong Tiandi, one of the four ancient emperors, had descended. He held the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand, determined to conquer the world. Domineering, unparalleled aura was released majestically. Retreat quickly. Hong Tiandi has stimulated his bloodline to the limit. His immortal body is almost at the profound grade 4 range. If we are suppressed by his Imperial Jade Seal, we will die too. On the ground, many people were frightened and retreated. They realized that thousands of miles of land began to sink under the pressure of the airwaves. Profound grade 4 immortal body, Hong Tiandi's final trump card was actually so majestic. Profound grade 4, almost the same as my immortal body. Hong Tiandi is amazing. At this moment, Nan Huairan's pupils constricted. Then, he sneered at the young man on the ground. Finally, he revealed a mocking smile. How could Lin Ling block it? As for Gendosa, his face turned solemn. With that attack, Hong Tiandi could be ranked first in the lower profound ranking. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. He was even more worried. If Lin Ling couldn't block it, he would definitely take action. Of course, even if he took action, he wouldn't be able to block it. Lin Ling, go to hell. Senior brother Hong Tiandi, kill him. Lin Ling, he is finally going to die. This big trouble is finally dead. If he doesn't die today, it will be harder to kill him in the future. So, he must die. Chapter 1481. No one dares to fight at this moment. Lin Ling's long hair was dancing crazily under the waves of energy. His eyes were calm as if he could see through the world and saw the life of a fallen leaf. Good, good, good. Only in this way can you, Hong Tianting, be qualified to be my opponent. Everyone heard his heroic voice. They realized that even at this moment, Lin Ling was still so arrogant, unfazed even if the sky collapsed. Even Hong Tianting heard those words. His eyes instantly turned red, but there was more madness in them. Only if you don't die, you are qualified to say those words. Lin Ling actually said that he was qualified to be his opponent. Intolerable. Rumble. The Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal was even closer to the ground. Lin Ling finally moved. His sword pointed to the sky. The huge sword body turned red, as if the Fire Dragon King was roaring. It also contained the anger of fire. Previously, when he was fighting Hong Tianting, it seemed like he was suppressing him. In fact, the Tyrant Song's sword was also absorbing the power of Hong Tianting's attacks. Because Lin Ling also knew that with his strength, it would be difficult to fight someone 3 levels above him unless he used soul power or the opponent's immortal body was very weak. However, if he used the last sword, he could still easily kill Hong Tiandi. That was because Lin Linghua's Grand Law had already reached the pinnacle, and the Tyrant Song's sword could increase its power by 2 levels. The final result had already surpassed the limits of heavenly pattern martial arts. What level was that? Lin Ling did not know, but now he knew. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura bloomed from Lin Ling's body. The people in the distance also sensed it. Their faces turned interesting. Lin Ling was indeed hiding a trump card. They stared at Lin Ling's sword and realized that the sword had an indescribable pressure. What? Origin, is that the origin power? An ancient expert shouted in horror. The origin of martial arts was a power above the Great Law. It seemed like the simplest martial arts, but in fact, it was also the most mysterious martial arts. Because the origin of martial arts was related to the law of heaven and earth. Fury of the Fire Dragon, a line of heaven. The sword finally slashed out. A red line cut through heaven and earth. In that instant, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Countless gazes were fixated on that sword. Even the most powerful swordsmen had never seen such a magnificent sword in their lives. Rumble. Heaven's line slashed out. It looked like the simplest sword slash, but it was the most arrogant sword slash. It sliced apart the Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal in the sky. It was unstoppable. How is this possible? What kind of sword is that? No, how could I possibly? In the sky, Hong Tiandi's eyes were wide open as he watched his Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal being split into 2. However, before he could finish the word lose, the sword came slashing down. His pupils constricted with panic, fear, and even regret. Half a year ago, Lin Ling had killed his brother, Hong Tiantian. At that time, Hong Tiantian had arrived like an emperor, trying to kill Lin Ling as if he was killing an ant. However, Lin Ling was saved by Lady Shui Wu. Half a year later, he finally had the chance to fight against Lin Ling. However, the current Lin Ling could easily kill him. It felt so surreal, like a dream. Puff. The sword completely ignored his unwillingness. It sliced Hong Tiandi in half. The strongest peerless genius of the Han dynasty of the 4 great ancient kingdoms was slain. Besides, the sword did not stop there. It was going to slash the sky in half. In the end, it disappeared into the distance. A terrifying wind swept across the land, causing everyone's clothes to flutter wildly. However, the crowd remained silent as they stared at the sky. Hong Tiandi, who ranked first among the 8 recommendations, had been defeated. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the crowd finally reacted. Then, a wave of voices sounded. No one had ever reached the top of the path to heaven. Therefore, no one thought Lin Ling could become a disciple of the human emperor. However, Lin Ling had succeeded and created the first miracle. Similarly, no one thought Lin Ling would win when he challenged Hong Tiantian. However, it seemed like Lin Ling was hiding a lot of secrets. He won again. The impossible had happened to Lin Ling. Everything was possible. No way, brother, try slapping me. I want to see if this is a dream. Puff. The people on the ground were still in shock. The He brothers were dancing with joy. The older brother slapped the younger brother's face fiercely, telling him that everything was real. There was a difference of 3 whole realms, yet Lin Ling still won. This is a miracle. Puff. Lin Ling's talent is not as good as Hong Tiantian's, but his martial arts had filled in the gap. That sword might have surpassed the heavenly pattern martial arts. Only a first-layer saint, but he has the martial arts comprehension of a titled heavenly emperor. Monstrous. All the martial artists on the ground could not believe what they had seen. The truth was telling them that talent did not decide everything between martial artists. Is there anyone who is still unconvinced? Monstrous. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally floated down. His indifferent voice came out from his mouth. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone was silent. Was there anyone who was still unconvinced? Wholeheartedly convinced. Hong Quan, you are qualified to fight now. Come. Monstrous. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at Hong Quan, who overestimated himself. Put on. Hong Quan's face was pale. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He directly knelt on the ground. How could he fight? He was not a match. Trash. Monstrous. Lin Ling said indifferently. These people only knew how to bully the weak. Only by using strength to prove himself would they not dare to speak anymore. Golden Armor King, the previous battle was exciting, right? Are you going to fight now? Yes. Lin Ling looked in another direction. There stood a man in golden armor. It was the Golden Armor King of the unfettered 10 halls. Now that Lin Ling had defeated Hong Tian, his next opponent was the Golden Armor King. You are very strong. Yes. The Golden Armor King frowned. His heart was heavy. Lin Ling's strength had reached such a level that even he was afraid of him. At this time, he could not see through Lin Ling's strength. He actually did not dare to fight. You don't dare to fight? This is the Golden Armor King. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. His voice was filled with ridicule. One had to know that in the reincarnation cycle, Ye's life had taught him that there was no need to look at the heavens and earth. What he needed to look at was his own life. Therefore, in this life, he had to create huge waves and step into the 9 heavens. I forgot to say. In fact, the current me is powerless. Anyone can defeat me. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out again. However, the surrounding people were still silent. Although they felt that Lin Ling was like a lamp that had run out of oil, the previous exciting battle had taught them that they should never underestimate this young man. Because when they thought that his strength was only so, he would erupt with even more terrifying strength. You killed Hong Tian. How dare you? Daring. Chapter 1482. Emperor of Heaven, he wanted to kill me, so I should kill him. Don't forget, you invited me to fight first. Humph. Lin Ling sneered and looked at Nan Huiran indifferently. Although we invited you to fight first, you can't kill him. Let me tell you, every disciple of the 7 emperors is precious. No one can kill them. Today, you killed Hong Tiandi, so your qualification as a disciple of the 7 emperors is taken away. Nan Huiran shouted angrily. Looking at Lin Ling's calm face, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Lin Ling seemed to be laughing at him. Old man, it's not up to you to decide whether you want to be a disciple of the 7 emperors. You should stop. You didn't admit you lost, and now you dare to twist the truth. Humph. Lin Ling's heart was cold. A purple jade tablet appeared in his hand. This jade tablet represents that I am a disciple of the 7 emperors. Humph. Whoosh. Then, Lin Ling threw the purple gold jade tablet to Nan Huiran. Today, Hong Tiandi was dead, but he would not let go of Nan Huairan, this disgusting old man. Nan Huairan said that he was not qualified, but he was not qualified? Is that jade tablet the legendary one? No. No, I heard that some geniuses could become a disciple of the human emperors, but those jade tablets were golden. I have never seen a purple one. Humph. So, Lin Ling's jade tablet is fake? Humph. Many people stared at the jade tablet Lin Ling took out and talked about it. They had also heard of the human emperor jade tablet. You have one more crime, deceiving a disciple of the human emperors. Humph. At this moment, Nan Huairan just glanced at the purple gold jade tablet, and then stepped on it. Lin Ling was about to die, and he still wanted to find a way to get away with it. No matter what, today he was the host of the human emperor examination. He had the final say. Moreover, he had seen the human emperor jade tablet, but he had never seen a purple one. Let me tell you, Hong Tiandi is dead. Your qualification as a disciple of the human emperors has been taken away, and you tried to deceive me. You have committed the crime of despising the 7 emperors and challenging the legend of Xianping province. You must die, no one can save you. Nan Huairan walked forward step by step. At the same time, his eyes swept across the crowd as if to tell them that he was going to kill Lin Ling. Who would dare to stop him? However, the truth was that no one dared to stop him. Not even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars dared to do so. Were you the one who reached the top of the palace? At this time, a white-robed man suddenly appeared in the sky. He ignored everyone else and smiled at Lin Ling. I did some investigation earlier, and someone got a jade medallion from one of the 3 great ancients. His name is Lin Ling. That must be you, right? The man's voice was faintly discernible. He ignored the crowd and looked at Lin Ling as he spoke. This made many people curious. Who was that person? He seemed to be ignoring Master Nan Huairan. You're courting death. I've said that I'm in charge of the Renhuang disciples today. Who told you to mess with me? At this moment, Nan Huairan was even angrier. In Xianping province, no one dared to stand out and speak. However, a stranger had suddenly appeared and talked to Lin Ling. Moreover, he was completely ignoring him. He was simply courting death. Nan Huairan slowly turned around and looked at the sky. His dignified face was stunned at this moment. His expression stiffened, and then his pupils contracted fiercely. Unhindered Emperor of Heaven? That's right, Nan Huairan. The human emperor's test that you're presiding over this time seems to be very chaotic. In the sky, the man in white looked at Nan Huairan indifferently. He was very powerful, so he could see everything that was happening here from afar. He didn't expect Nan Huairan to be so daring to touch Lin Ling. One had to know that in the 7 Emperors' heaven, many people were very interested in Lin Ling because Lin Ling had actually stepped into the Ascending Heaven Palace. Only people like them knew how terrifying the Ascending Heaven Palace was, especially the last step. That was the true law of heaven and earth. No matter how perfect one's heart of martial arts was, or how deep one's comprehension was, it was useless because as long as one was a person of this world, they would be bound. However, Lin Ling seemed to be an exception to the law. It was no wonder that the people were curious. Junior brother greets the unhindered Emperor of Heaven. At this moment, Nan Huairan's heart thumped violently. Then, he hurriedly bowed. His panicked appearance made countless people's pupils contract. Emperor of Heaven? Could it be a powerful person with the title of Emperor of Heaven? One had to know that in the 7 Emperors' heaven, there were Emperor's disciples, but there were also more powerful people with titles like Emperor of Heaven and Xian Di. These people's strength had reached the peak of the 3 mysterious in the human world. They stood at the top of the pyramid. And such a strong person had actually appeared here today. I saw it before. You, Nan Huairan, abused your authority and relied on yourself to pass the examination. It seems that your qualification as an emperor's disciple should be stripped away. The man in white in the sky said indifferently. Nan Huai-ren's face changed dramatically. He then knelt down and kowtowed continuously. His heart was like thunder. How could this be? Why did the Emperor of Heaven suddenly come? This was the first time in the human emperor's examination. Lin Ling has reached the top of the ascending heaven palace and has already attracted the attention of the lords. You actually dare to strip him of his qualification. Tell me, how many lives do you have? The man in white said again. His words were full of majesty. Put on. Nan Huai-ren could only kowtow continuously. His forehead was full of cold sweat. Even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare to provoke the lords of the 7 emperors' heaven. Lin Ling won, and you once again stripped him of his qualification. Most importantly, you were the one who invited him to battle. Tell me, how many lives do you have? The man in white said again. Spare me, Emperor of Heaven and Earth, for the sake of Emperor Ling Long's face, spare my life. From now on, I am no longer an emperor's disciple. Nan Huai-ren kowtowed even more fiercely. His forehead was full of blood, which made many people sigh. Before, Nan Huai-ren was so domineering and mighty, but now, he was kowtowing like a dog. It was simply ironic. Moreover, the terrifying Emperor of Heaven seemed to have come for Lin Ling. This also meant that Lin Ling's status seemed to be higher than Nan Huai-ren's. I have a good relationship with Celestial Emperor Ling Long, so for her sake, I'll spare your life. Besides, while you have your own selfish motives, it's just a small offense against the human emperor, so you don't deserve to die. The man in white sighed and did not pursue Nan Huai-ren's fault. He said again, but I heard that you had a bet with Lin Ling. If you lost, you had to kowtow and slap yourself 400 times. You should have done it now. Ah. 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 Nan Huai-ren's pupils constricted. He wanted to slap himself in the face? Don't tell me you want to go back on your words. The man in white looked at him indifferently. Yes, I will immediately slap myself. Ah. Nan Huai-ren did not dare to refuse. Although he had slapped himself in the face, at least he would keep his life. Pa. On the ground, crisp sounds of slapping resounded. The respected old man was now slapping himself in the face in front of countless people. It was extremely humiliating. It's 401 slaps. Ah. Chapter 1483. Titled Heavenly Emperor 401 Slaps. When the crowd heard those words, they couldn't help but laugh. The slaps continued, and some people couldn't help but count along with the slaps. 302. 303. Those sounds were like countless mockery that fell on Nan Huai-ren's heart, making him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. The most disgusting thing was that there were so many of them that the heaven and earth were filled with those sounds. After today's matter is over, I will settle accounts with all of these people. Nan Huai-ren thought. After a long time, he finally stood up. His old face was bruised and swollen, and he didn't know how much of his beard had been knocked off by himself. Lin Ling, I will keep my word. Today's matter is over. Stop. Nan Huai-ren stared coldly at Lin Ling, wishing he could kill Lin Ling with his gaze, but he endured it in the end. Then, he was ready to leave. Wait. Stop. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly opened his mouth. What else do you want to do? Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you are the emperor's disciple. Let me tell you, I am still the emperor's disciple. Nan Huai-ren gnashed his teeth. Lin Ling still didn't want to let him go. You did keep your bet, but you didn't seem to care about the humiliation of the 7 emperors. Lin Ling said indifferently. He looked at the man in white and said, Senior, I took out the human emperor tablet, but he didn't take it seriously. That's looking down on the human emperor. Oh, the human emperor token that the 3 great ancient gave you? I heard about it. Show me the token. The white-clothed man said with a smile. He was very polite to Lin Ling because there were people on the side of the 7 emperors who valued Lin Ling very much. It's on the ground, the one with a lot of footprints. Stop. Lin Ling said with a smile. The white-clothed man's eyes narrowed, and a touch of anger appeared on his face. The golden human emperor token represents the emperor's order. Who dares to step on the human emperor token? That's stepping on the human emperor's face. His eyes wandered and fell on the purple gold Renhuang medallion on the ground. His expression suddenly became serious, even a little shocked. Many people saw the change in his expression, and they were puzzled. What was so special about that jade medallion? Purple gold. You actually have a purple gold human emperor token. The white-clothed man's heart was like thunder. Gold represented directly becoming a human emperor's disciple, and purple gold represented having the qualifications to be titled Celestial Emperor. There were very few such purple gold human emperor tokens. Only those recognized by those ancient powerhouses could obtain them. His gaze immediately fell on Lin Ling, and the shock in his eyes intensified. He thought that Lin Ling had directly become a Renhuang disciple, but who knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling? Who stepped on the violet gold human emperor tablet? With this thought in mind, the white-robed man angrily looked at the people around him. His words were filled with majesty, and wherever he looked, no one dared to look him in the eye. Their hearts roared. Purple gold human emperor token? At this moment, Nan Huairan's body trembled, and he swallowed hard. Of course, he knew who had stepped on the violet gold human emperor token. Who else could it be but him? It was just that he had never seen a violet gold human emperor token, so he thought it was fake. But now, it was not difficult to see from the unhindered celestial emperor's expression that the jade medallion was real, and it seemed to be very valuable. Senior, it was him who stepped on it. Just as Nan Huairan's heart was trembling, Lin Ling's calm voice drifted out. It was like a bolt from the blue, and it made Nan Huairan plop down on his knees again. He hated Lin Ling to the core. Well, Nan Huairan, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to step on a human emperor's medallion. You should know that these jade medallions were made by the human emperor, and the purple gold is even more significant. You are trampling on the face of the 7 emperors. The white-robed man was so angry that he laughed. He had never seen such a bold person. Unhindered celestial emperor, please spare my life. Nan Huairan frantically kowtowed. He also knew that things were getting troublesome. For other things, I can let you off because of Celestial Emperor Linglong. But for this matter, even if Celestial Emperor Linglong did it, she will still be punished. The white-robed man said word by word, I don't know where you got the guts to step on a human emperor token, but you even dare to step on a violet gold. What does violet gold represent? At this moment, Nan Huairan seemed to have aged even more as he muttered to himself. His question was also the question in everyone's heart. Titled Celestial Emperor. The white-robed man's face was solemn. His voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's heart. Lin Ling was actually titled Celestial Emperor? Lin Ling is titled Celestial Emperor? Hearing that, Nan Huairan's face turned pale, without a trace of blood. He knew that he was going to die. Lin Ling was titled Celestial Emperor, and he was just a weak disciple. The result was obvious. This made him even more regretful. Why didn't he take out Lin Ling's violet gold human emperor token earlier? If he knew about this, he wouldn't have helped Celestial Emperor Hong, but Lin Ling. Of course, that was what he thought. But in fact, even if Lin Ling had taken out the violet gold human emperor token from the beginning, he still wouldn't have believed Lin Ling. Nan Huairan, no one can save you now. Not even I can. Die. The white-robed man waved his right hand, releasing a powerful aura that turned Nan Huairan into ashes. A human emperor's disciple died just like that. Lord Nan is also dead. The crowd stared at the scene and sighed in their hearts. After offending Lin Ling, even a human emperor's disciple had to die. Lin Ling, come with me. As for the other 3 referrals, come with me. Today's human emperor's assessment ends here. After the white-robed man killed Nan Huiran, he immediately looked at Lin Ling with a smile. His attitude was even more polite. "Thank you, senior." Lin Ling quickly returned the greeting. Through the white-robed man's words, he knew that the violet gold human emperor's token was actually so valuable. He always thought that it was just a token for a human emperor's disciple. "Let's go." The white-robed man had the arrogance of an expert. He didn't care about the people around him and left with Lin Ling and the other three. Around the Emperor Vane Mountain, there was complete silence. The four of them had become human emperor's disciples and entered the strongest mythical world in Xianping province. Moreover, Lin Ling had been given the title of Celestial Emperor. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Many people couldn't help but recall the titles that Lin Ling had received. Human Talent, Hero, Great Hero, Supreme, Human Emperor's Disciple, and now, Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling had done something that many people couldn't do in their lifetime. Moreover, Lin Ling was only in his 20s. Lin Ling has finally become a big problem. Golden Armor King looked coldly into the distance and finally left indifferently. The thing he didn't want to see the most had finally happened, and the result was beyond his imagination. Lin Ling had been given the title of Celestial Emperor. As for Lord Shan Wu of the Black and White Dao Palace, he sat on the ground with a plop. He knew that his end was near. There was no place for him to stay in the Black and White Dao Palace. Moreover, since he had offended Lin Ling, his fate was obvious. As expected of Lord Shuiwu. His recommendation is truly amazing. The elders of the Black and White Dao Palace all said with admiration. They didn't think that Lin Ling would reach such heights. To them, every time they saw Lin Ling's strength would greatly increase. This time was no exception. Chapter 1484. Under the seven emperors, sky-white clouds floated in the sky as the sun shone brightly. At this moment, Lin Ling was following the white-robed man. Behind him was Lai Qing and the recommendation from the Shantian dynasty. Gendosa was also following behind them. "Since you have become the disciples of the human emperors, I will bring you to the seven emperors' sky to have a look and familiarize with it. In the future, you will also cultivate there. As for the mission of the seven emperors' sky, I believe I don't need to explain it to you. It is to nurture the strongest geniuses of the human world so that they can resist the powerful enemies of the outer world in the future," the white-robed man said with a smile. He looked like he was in his 30s, but obviously, he was not at his age. Most of the time, he was looking at Lin Ling. Obviously, he valued Lin Ling a lot. This was because he knew that although Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, his martial arts comprehension was very strong. Moreover, he was able to reach the 600th step on the path to heaven. This meant that Lin Ling's martial arts comprehension had reached the realm of returning to the origin. His talent was not strong, but his martial arts comprehension was strong. He deserved the title of Heavenly Emperor. Hong Tiandi, a profound rank immortal body. After reaching the profound rank, he will have his own divine ability. His emperor's chi is able to affect thousands of martial artists, but it seems to be ineffective against Lin Ling. It seems like he is hiding an innate immortal body that even I don't know about, the white-robed man thought. At this moment, Lai Qing and the other two were following Lin Ling. They did not dare to say a word. Obviously, they were not qualified to speak. Even Gendosa was the same. Under the seven emperors' sky, there is a rule that forbids killing the disciples of the human emperors. This is the order of the seven emperors. Therefore, even though Nan Huiran made a big mistake, I did not kill him unless he insulted the seven emperors. As for why, the reason is very simple. It is because every disciple of the seven emperors is very precious. They are peerless geniuses that are born out of hundreds of millions of people in the Xianping province. Moreover, the cultivation of peerless geniuses requires a lot of cultivation resources. Lin Ling and the others nodded. This meant that the massacre in the Seven Emperors world would not be so obvious. As the disciples of the Seven Martial Emperors, from today onward, you will be the strongest existence among the three mystical cultivators of the mortal world. You will be in contact with the strongest peerless geniuses of the three mystical cultivators of the mortal world. The white-robed man added. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The first thing he thought of was the Fire Spirit Princess. According to Xiao Yun, the Fire Spirit Princess was also a disciple. He didn't know if he would have the chance to meet her. That Golden Armor King and the others are also disciples of the Human Emperor. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and asked. It was said that the Golden Armor King possessed the immortal body of the 18 heavenly saints of the Earth Fiend. This kind of immortal body was the same as the 72 demon gods of the Heavenly Dome, but its level was even higher. The current Lin Ling did not know if he could defeat the Golden Armor King if he used all of his strength. They are the same. In the past, they also went to the Seven Martial Emperors world to cultivate. However, they cultivated for too long, so they left the Seven Martial Emperors world. The white-robed man nodded and said. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, although you are currently a heavenly emperor, you still need to prove yourself. Therefore, if you have the opportunity, you should go to the Martial Pavilion's middle Xian ranking to challenge it. Every time you reach the top, the Seven Martial Emperors world will give you a reward. Now, here is a drop of Half-Saint's essence for you. The white-robed man handed a jade box to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile. Although the Half-Saint's essence was not as good as the heavenly ruthless pearl, it was still a rare treasure that could cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. Naturally, he would not miss out on it. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance with a strong sense of expectation. Was he finally going to enter the Seven Martial Emperors world? Lai Qing and the others were also looking forward to being able to enter the three great legends of the mortal world. The group passed through the boundless clouds and soon arrived at a paradise. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant, green mountains and clear waters, and auspicious beasts flying in the sky. It gave people a very comfortable and peaceful feeling. Lin Ling and the others were surprised. In their imagination, the Seven Martial Emperors world was majestic and domineering with countless palaces. They did not expect it to be such a peaceful place. Sir, there doesn't seem to be many people there. One of the referrals asked curiously. His name was Ning Xiaoshan, and he came from the mysterious Sky Dynasty. Among the three great legends of the mortal world, the Seven Martial Emperors world recruits the least disciples. The Seven Martial Emperors require the best of the best. Therefore, they would rather have fewer disciples than those who are just there to make up the numbers. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, Moreover, this is only the Eastern Mountain, so there are fewer people here. The group landed and soon, people appeared one after another. Although there were many people, it was not as many as they had imagined. There were only about 100 people. Moreover, these people were not old, but they were very strong. Their talents and immortal physiques were unfathomable. These are this year's disciples? There are only 4. In terms of cultivation level, the strongest is only a third-layer saint. However, to be able to become a mortal emperor's disciple, they must have some ability. Voices sounded from all around. These people did not look down on Lin Ling's group because to be able to appear here, it meant that Lin Ling's group must be extraordinary. Of course, they did not think highly of them. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor personally went to receive them. These people are too lucky. Someone exclaimed with a hint of envy in his voice. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Because there was an accident, I personally went to receive them. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor said indifferently. His words made everyone smile. In front of a Heavenly Emperor, they did not dare to be arrogant. So it's like this. All the Heavenly Emperors went to the outer world to train, only the unhindered Heavenly Emperor is still here. No wonder the unhindered Heavenly Emperor personally went to receive them. Haha. But I am curious, who is this year's number 1 disciple? Yes. The unhindered heavenly emperor shook his head. He knew that he could not hide it from them. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you have become a disciple of the 7 emperors. Every month, you will receive a drop of half-holy spiritual liquid. Moreover, the number 1 disciple can cultivate in the Turtle Sea for 3 days. Turtle Sea? Lin Ling was curious. Turtle Sea, the place where the heaven and earth ancient turtles emerged. It is rich in vitality and is the most suitable place for breaking through. The unhindered heavenly emperor smiled and said, currently, only those who have made great contributions can cultivate there. Moreover, there is a time limit. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Of course, he would not miss out on such a place. Alright, if there is anything else you do not know, you can ask junior brother Yuan. If there is something you cannot solve, you can come find me or announce your jade plate. I will take my leave first. The unhindered heavenly emperor bowed to Lin Ling and left. The crowd was surprised. The handsome black-robed youth was this year's number 1 disciple. Moreover, the unhindered heavenly emperor actually bowed to him. This was too strange. One had to know that there was a number 1 disciple every year, but it was not the turn of the heavenly emperor to bow to him. The most important thing was that Lin Ling was qualified to cultivate in the Turtle Sea. This made them extremely jealous because they had cultivated in the Eastern Mountain for many years, but they were not qualified to go there. Chapter 1485. The 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Many people frowned as they looked at Lin Ling. It was as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling, a first-layer saint. On the surface, his talent was only at the earth level, but he was able to reach the top of the palace. This was simply unbelievable. Junior brother, how did you reach the top of the palace? Asked a young man in luxurious robes. His hands were behind his back, and he had the pride of a disciple. His words seemed calm, but there was an indescribable majesty to them. It was as if Lin Ling had no other choice but to answer. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the young man. That young man was a 4th-layer saint, and his immortal physique had reached the Xian class. His strength was indeed not bad, but Lin Ling didn't need to be respectful. He said indifferently, just like that, we'll reach the peak. Ha! Do you think we're idiots? You're just a junior brother, and you dare to mock us. You dare to answer Shiman Si's senior brother like that? You're courting death. The surrounding disciples were stunned, and they frowned. This new disciple was very arrogant. The young man's lips curled. He was not angry, and he suddenly thought of something. He laughed, cultivating in the Turtle Sea, so it's there. Junior brother, you're finished. His words caused the others to react as well. Lin Ling had reached the top of the palace, and was cultivating in the Ghost Sea. That meant he would definitely encounter the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. What's wrong? Is there some danger? Ning Xiaoshan's face changed. Don't worry, this is Xianping province's territory. Every emperor's disciple is precious, and no one is allowed to kill, so you're not in any danger. Of course, even though you're not allowed to kill, injuries are inevitable, especially for those arrogant newcomers. Said Shiman Si gloatingly. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding people laughed even louder, as if they could already see Lin Ling's miserable state. Gendosa also seemed to have thought of something and immediately smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, you've been rewarded to cultivate in the Sea of Turtles. That's not a good place because the 4 poisons of Dongshan are cultivating there. The 4 poisons of Dongshan? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was a little curious. Gendosa, don't you dare open your mouth. Although you are an old disciple, we have more old disciples. Do you want to offend us? The Shiman Si indifferently said. Gendosa frowned and didn't say anything for a while. Shiman Hai smiled again. Let me explain. They are not the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, but the 4 immortals of Eastern Mountain. They represent the 4 most beautiful disciples of Eastern Mountain. It is your fortune to have 4 beauties accompanying you when you cultivate in the Turtle Sea. Haha. However, as soon as he said the word fortune, the people around him laughed even louder. Let's go. The Shiman Sea then waved his hand and led the crowd away. They all had cold smiles on their faces, anticipating tomorrow's result. After the old disciples left, Lin Ling and the rest stood in place, still not knowing what had happened. The Turtle Sea is good for cultivation, but that's where the 4 poisons of Dongshan are cultivating. Lin Ling, you'll be in trouble if you go there. At this time, Gendosa finally opened his mouth with a bitter smile on his face. The 4 poisons of Dongshan are all 5th stage saints, and their immortal physiques are all 5th stage mystic realm and above. Most importantly, in Eastern Mountain, other than a few disciples, no one is a match for them. This has led to them dominating a region. Who else would have their arms or legs broken if they were cultivating in the same place as them? Wu Yunyu, who was ranked first in the recommendation last year, happened to be cultivating with them. In the end, she had to crawl out with her limbs broken. How cruel. Gendosa continued, his words filled with fear. How cruel. Ning Xiaoshan's body trembled. Even Lai Qing pulled out her sword, her eyes cold. Lin Ling's face was still calm. These years, he had seen all kinds of things, so he didn't feel afraid. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't fought a 5th stage saint before. However, Lin Ling still had some doubts, so he asked, hasn't the 7 Emperors' sky always been peaceful? Does no one care about such a cruel thing? Care? How? Last year, the number 1 recommendation, Wu Yunyu, also wanted to seek justice. In the end, the 4 poisons of Dongshan said that Wu Yunyu peeped on them bathing, and even tried to molest them. Because of that, even the Heavenly Emperor of Dongshan couldn't do anything. Gendosa shook his head. But the 7 Emperors' sky can't kill, so it's not a big deal to have her limbs broken. She'll recover soon enough. It's just embarrassing. That's too scary. Senior brother Lin Ling, it's better if you don't go. You'll be fine if you don't go. Ning Xiaoshan suggested. As expected of the 4 poisons of Dongshan. Just thinking about it made one afraid. No wonder those people from the Shiman Sea were so proud. That's right, big brother Lin Ling, don't go. Lai Qing also nodded. Cultivation in the Turtle Sea is extremely rare. How can I miss it? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Lin Ling said indifferently, still not showing much fear. His strength was indeed inferior to the other parties, but he had the trump card of soul power, so what was there to be afraid of? Gendosa and the others also knew Lin Ling's stubbornness, so they didn't try to persuade him. Moreover, cultivation in the Turtle Sea was indeed rare, so it couldn't be missed. That night, the news that Lin Ling was going to cultivate in the Turtle Sea spread throughout Dongshan. All the disciples were looking forward to it. They even started a bet, guessing how many legs the new disciple would have broken. I bet all 5 legs, and the bet is a drop of half saint's essence. You're very confident. I'll break both legs, and bet 2 drops of half saint's essence. The 4 poisons of Dongshan, since they're called poisons, they must be very scary. If that new disciple dares to use their trump card, I'll bet 2. There were more than 100 disciples cultivating in Dongshan. They came from all over Xianping province, and they were all monsters among the peerless geniuses. Many of them were also experts on the martial pavilion's profound ranking. In Xianping province, they were all people that even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars would have to respect. For a moment, Dongshan was in an uproar. Lin Ling and the others were arranged to stay. That night, Lin Ling left alone for the Turtle Sea. Senior brother Lin Ling, I'll save you tomorrow morning. Ning Xiaoshan looked at Lin Ling sympathetically. He shuddered at the thought of Lin Ling's legs being broken. Sigh. Gendosa couldn't say anything, and could only sigh. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength should be slightly weaker than his, but the 4 poisons of Dongshan were so scary that even he had to take a detour. Therefore, he didn't think that Lin Ling would have a good ending. If they dare to touch big brother Lin Ling, they'll have to ask my sword first. Lai Qing was still full of killing intent. Junior sister Lai Qing, the Seven Emperors world doesn't allow killing. Moreover, Lin Ling won't die, he'll only be taught a lesson. Gendosa shook his head helplessly. Chapter 1486. Tortoise Mountain. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand to leave. He knew that the crowd was worried because they thought he was strong enough to fight against a third-layer saint. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling could defeat a fourth-layer saint. The Tortoise Sea wasn't hard to find. It was located in an ancient mountain range. Although it was called a sea, it was more like a lake. Looking from afar, the lake was full of vitality. One could vaguely see a large number of tortoise shells. Some were as large as mountains, while others were like amber gems. The bright moon shone down from the sky, causing the lake to shine brightly. It was like a land of immortals in the mortal world. Such a rare land of treasures could only be owned by a big shot in the mortal world. Lin Ling had never seen such a land of treasures in all his years of travel. Your Majesty, the star-picking nation also had such a land of treasures in the past. It's a place where spirit tortoises hibernate and metamorphose. It's extremely rare. Your Majesty, cultivating here for 3 days is enough for you to break through. Elder Z's voice sounded at the same time. At this moment, he seemed to be disdainful. The Seven Emperors' heaven, this humble servant thought they were very powerful. In reality, they are only comparable to the 4 emperors of ancient times. Moreover, the experts under them can't compare to the star-picking emperor. Hearing this, Lin Ling no longer respected the 7 emperors' heaven. After all, the goal of the Purple Palace realm was to nurture emperors. In the future, Lin Ling would also become one of the 7 emperors. Asterisk splash. Asterisk at this moment, beside the mirror-like lake, 4 figures were like fairies under the moon. They wore clothes of different colors and were all quite young. At this moment, they were barefoot and playing with the water. Occasionally, they would cultivate. Laughter could be heard from time to time. Their origins weren't small. They were the favored daughters of some hidden families in Xianping province. There were even rumors that one of the 4 of them would definitely become the carefree or Langia 10 palace masters. They were the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Although it was called poison, but looking at the scene, each one of them was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Moreover, they were playing in the water by the lake. If it was any other man who was here and saw such an alluring scene, his blood would definitely boil. Of course, this was just wishful thinking in the end. Even though this place was filled with warmth and fragrance, not many people in the West Mountain dared to come here. I heard that someone broke Qianzang Xiandi's record and reached the top of the path to heaven. Too much. Qianzang Xiandi is the Xiandi that I admire the most. Someone actually dares to insult her. If I have the chance to teach him a lesson, I'll go see what kind of person he is in a few days. Next to the lake, a woman's laughter could be heard from time to time. After that, 3 women seemed to have something to do and left, leaving 1 woman to cultivate by the lake. At the same time, that woman was forging her own heavenly weapon. She didn't notice that a figure was slowly walking over from afar, as if he had come from the underworld. Perhaps the woman subconsciously believed that other than the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, no one else would dare to approach the Turtle Sea. Therefore, she did not notice the figure in the distance. The person who had come was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was a little serious because it was too quiet in front of him. There was actually only 1 woman, which meant that the other 3 women were hiding and were going to give him a fatal blow. Make the first move to gain the upper hand, so as to avoid being surrounded. Lin Ling thought to himself. He stared at the woman in the lake and found that she had her back to him. Her willowy waist and skin were as white as snow. She was actually not wearing any clothes. She was very sinister and obviously wanted to seduce him. She was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. At this moment, the woman clearly noticed Lin Ling. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Who was this person? Why was he here? Blade of Nirvana. However, just as she was about to ask something, Lin Ling instantly made his move. A frightening soul force rolled out. You! The woman's beautiful face changed dramatically. Her heart was filled with doubts. A strange man appeared here, and she didn't even ask why he came. As a result, he directly attacked without any hesitation. Mystic light. She thought so in her heart. The woman's strength was obviously not weak. After being sneak attacked by Lin Ling, her powerful immortal body instantly erupted. A mysterious light enveloped her, making her look like a fairy descending to the mortal world. However, the blade of Nirvana attacked the soul. Although it was blocked by her mysterious light, it still shot towards her soul, causing her mind to go blank. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She angrily shouted in her heart. This person was so despicable. He attacked her soul the moment he attacked. Of course, if she knew that Lin Ling had already held back and had to be on guard against the other 3, her soul would have already dispersed by now. How dare you sneak attack me under the 7 Emperor's sky? The woman's name was He-She-Er, and she was one of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. However, she didn't expect that compared to her poison, this young man was the real poison. He attacked without any warning, and he specialized in attacking the soul. If it weren't for the fact that her mind was filled with stars at this moment, she really wanted to ask him why he attacked her so sneakily. However, this was not the end of her shock. Lin Ling saw that his attack had no effect, and his expression became even more serious. He took a step forward, stepped on the lake water, and shot over. He had to get rid of one of them as soon as possible. Spirit engulfs mountains and rivers. A palm that carried boundless power heavily slammed into He-She-Er's body, causing her full bosom to change shape. Her body flew backwards like a cannonball, crossing the lake water and smashing into the distance. There was only one sentence in her mind. It was one thing to sneak attack her, but he took advantage of her and ruthlessly destroyed her. Plop. Without saying anything, He-She-Er fainted. If she hadn't fainted, she would definitely have cursed him a few times. This bastard. Although the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain had an illustrious reputation, they clearly didn't plan to attack Lin Ling at all. This was because they had only just found out about Lin Ling. They also didn't expect that Lin Ling would come to the Turtle Sea to cultivate. In the end, they didn't target Lin Ling, but Lin Ling struck first and gained the upper hand, knocking one out. If there were any disciples of Eastern Mountain present at this moment and knew the whole story, they would definitely be shocked at Lin Ling's boldness. Slap. At this moment, Lin Ling also came to the side of the lake and looked indifferently at the woman on the ground. She was very beautiful. Her eyelashes were still stained with lake water, and her delicate body was snow white. If it weren't for the notoriety of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, she would really be called a fairy. After that, Lin Ling stood quietly, waiting for the other 3 women to make their move. However, to his surprise, the surroundings of the lake were silent, as if there was no danger. This change made Lin Ling frown. Could it be that he was overthinking things? However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Regardless of whether he was overthinking things or not, it was always right to be cautious. If he hadn't made his move with lightning speed, the one who would be crippled and thrown out of here would be him. What a dense vitality. Lin Ling's gaze quickly fell on the lake water. He was immediately delighted. After taking off his outer clothes, he entered the lake water to cultivate. Of course, during this process, he was still vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, his gaze was fixed on He-She-Er, preventing her from sneaking an attack. Time quietly passed. He-She-Er finally woke up. Just as she was about to move, she suddenly realized that the bones in her chest had been shattered. Even the slightest movement was painful to the heart. Then, she came to her senses and recalled what had happened. Previously, she had been cultivating and was using the boundless vitality of the turtle sea to forge a heavenly weapon in an attempt to make it reach the emperor rank. However, at that time, someone had appeared and attacked her without saying a word. Not only had the sneak attack been bad enough, but he had also touched her private part and ruthlessly slapped it. Chapter 1487. It's good that he admitted his mistake. What was he trying to do? Could it be that he was lustful? Thinking of this, she was angry and sullen. She was one of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. She had always been the one to bully others. This was the first time someone had bullied her. Then, her gaze finally landed on the young man in the lake. She realized that the young man was also looking at her. She had to admit that the young man was quite handsome. Unfortunately, he was too perverted. He was staring at her as if he didn't see her. Suddenly, she realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes and was being stared at by the young man. That young man was indeed a shameless pervert. If she wasn't seriously injured, she would have drawn her sword and killed him. What scared her the most was that when she was unconscious, did the young man do those things to her? Thinking of this, she's eyes became moist. She was a martial arts fanatic and had never done those things. Therefore, when she thought of losing her virginity to that little thief, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. "Bastard, what did you do to me?" An angry shout came out of her mouth. She realized that the young man was still staring at her lecherously. In reality, at that moment, Lin Ling was staring at she with caution. When he heard she's words, he thought back to what had happened before and suddenly realized that he had worried too much. If the 4 poisons of Dongshan Mountain really wanted to torture him, why had only one person appeared after waiting for so long? There might be a secret behind this. Shaking his head, Lin Ling felt somewhat apologetic. He revealed a kind smile and floated up from the lake toward she's. What do you want to do?" It seemed that the young man revealed a lecherous and evil smile. She was inexplicably alarmed because the young man was currently naked. "Nothing. I hurt you before, so now I want to make it up to you." Lin Ling's apologetic voice floated over. "Hurt me before?" "Sure enough, he did those things to me. The most disgusting thing was that he wanted to make it up to me in the name of making it up to me. Don't come over. I was wrong. Please, I beg you. Spare me." She shouted anxiously. Although she was one of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, she was still a young girl who had never come in contact with anything. Now that she was seriously injured and the young man in front of her, how could she not be afraid? Wrong? As expected, she still wanted to launch a sneak attack on me. It's just that she's a little too inexperienced and I made the first move to gain the upper hand. When Lin Ling heard she admit her mistake, his heart instantly turned cold. She was indeed one of the 4 poisons of Dongshan. However, seeing the other party's pitiful appearance and the fact that she had admitted her mistake, Lin Ling was not a petty person, so she forgave her. "It's good that you know you were wrong. How people treat me is how I treat people. Originally, I should have given you some color, but you admitted your mistake, so I won't bother about it." Lin Ling said indifferently. She's heart shook fiercely. If she wasn't heavily injured, she really wanted to kill that arrogant young man with her own hands. He had clearly ambushed him and taken advantage of him, but in the end, he still had to admit his mistake. Was there such a person in this world? The most disgusting thing was that the pervert still wanted to teach her a lesson. Could it be that what they did before was not satisfying enough? She was just about to speak, but she saw that Lin Ling was still looking at her. This made her heart skip a beat. In this situation, she couldn't force it, or she would die without a doubt. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have cultivated in the lake, and I shouldn't have used my sex to seduce you," she said, almost crying. Of course, the reason why she was crying was not because she thought she was wrong, but because she felt that since she was young, This was the first time she had suffered such a big grievance. Well, you're still young. You can still be saved. Lin Ling nodded. His words made He Shi-er have the urge to vomit blood, but Lin Ling didn't know what she was thinking. He said again, you don't want me to get close to you, and you're also injured. Then, you can slowly recover here. Although it's a broken bone, it's not very difficult for a martial artist with your strength. You can recover in a few days. When you've recovered, I'll come to see you again. Lin Ling left these words and floated back into the lake. At the same time, a piece of cloth fluttered down, covering He Shi-er's alluring body. However, He Shi-er didn't feel any gratitude at all. This was because Lin Ling's words had caused her to fall into the abyss once again. Wait until her injuries were healed. That young man will come to see her again? Did that young man not have enough? Demon, a complete demon. At this moment, Lin Ling finally relaxed. Although that woman was cruel, her temperament wasn't bad. Moreover, he didn't care about her sneak attack and attack. She should be grateful to him. Then, Lin Ling entered into a state of cultivation. Billowing vitality spread out from all around, causing the Saint Si in Lin Ling's dantian to become increasingly large. The power of the Saint Si seemed to be connected to the laws of heaven and earth. The essence of the Saint Si was even more vast than spiritual yuan. Only when the Saint Si was vast could it display the great principles of martial arts. Lin Ling's Saint Si was more condensed than an ordinary person's because when Lin Ling was at the transcendent realm, he had 8 strands of spiritual yuan. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the first layer of the Saint realm, he wouldn't be able to display a peak-level heavenly martial art. The cultivation time seemed to pass in an instant, yet it also seemed like thousands of years. During the process of cultivation, Lin Ling saw the mysterious scene of the return of the spirit turtle of heaven and earth. The spirit turtle was intelligent and knew that its lifespan was coming to an end. Therefore, it would return to its homeland and release its vitality, returning to its origin. The Saint Si's treasures also came for this reason. Hong long long. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling's dantian rumbled and his Saint Si expanded. He had finally entered the second layer of the Saint realm. Right now, the power of his heavenly martial arts had increased once again. Even his godly demon Overlord Emperor physique had increased by 10%. At this moment, He Shi had already recovered 40% of her injuries. Most importantly, the damage to her soul was the most difficult to recover from. It took a lot of time for her to recover. She also saw Lin Ling's breakthrough and was extremely surprised. In these 3 days, that pervert had not touched her and had only been cultivating. Moreover, that pervert's talent seemed ordinary, but his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He had broken through in 3 days. Moreover, during these 3 days, He Shi-er had thought about many things. It wasn't hard to guess that the pervert was this year's #1 recommendation. However, no matter how she looked at him, he was very ordinary. She didn't know how he had reached the top of the palace. Who? At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Looking at He Shi-er in the distance, he nodded and said, "It seems that your injuries haven't fully recovered. Do you need my help?" "No need, I can do it myself." "Thank you." He Shi-er's heart trembled. That pervert was looking at her with lustful eyes again. She quickly waved her hand. "Is that so? Good. If there are any problems, you can come and find me at any time. My name is Lin Ling. Your injuries were caused by me, so I will take responsibility for you." Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Take responsibility? He Shi-er had never come into contact with the matters between men and women, but she had heard of the word take responsibility. This meant that the pervert had indeed done those things to her. If she had a child in the future, that young man would take responsibility. How could I lose my chastity to such a sinister pervert? Thinking of this, He Shi-er's eyes became even more moist. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left. The 3 days of cultivation in the Saint Sea had ended. He had benefited a lot. One had to know that to break through with the help of ghost face grass, one would need countless stalks. However, he had only needed 3 days in the Saint Sea. Chapter 1488. Why did he break his legs? He dared to go to the territory of the 4 poisons of East Mountain. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Humph. Who doesn't know the brutality of the 4 poisons of East Mountain? I think other than the head, all the other parts are broken. Haha. Let's go see how the newcomer is doing. Haha. Shiman Si sneered and led the disciples to the place where Lin Ling lived. At this moment, Lin Ling lived under a mountain range. There were wooden houses and a small river. The environment was good. Lai Qing and the others were cultivating there. Ning Xiaoshan, you are from the Xiantian dynasty. You should have good medicine to treat his injuries, right? Yes. I've prepared everything. All right. Let's go pick up Lin Ling. I hope his injuries are not too serious. Yes. Lai Qing nodded indifferently, while Ning Xiaoshan sighed softly. Senior brother Lin Ling was too stubborn. He was probably crippled now. I've brought better healing medicine refined by the half-saint's essence. As long as Lin Ling is still breathing, he can be saved. At this moment, Gendosa also arrived. He sighed softly. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. He was wearing a black robe and trembling with spirit. It was Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lai Qing and the others found that Lin Ling had broken through to the next realm. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ling, shouldn't he be crippled? Senior brother Lin Ling, you, how are you fine? Haha. Ning Xiaoshan stood there and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Why would I be fine? Lin Ling frowned. But you went to the territory of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. They are the most ferocious. Even the devil who kills people like Scything Flax will be beaten to a pulp when he meets them, but you're fine? Gendosa also sucked in a breath of cold air. After so many years in East Mountain, this was the first time he had seen someone who had survived the 4 poisons of East Mountain. They weren't cruel, they were very kind, and they even apologized to me. Lin Ling shook his head. In his impression, Shi'er's temperament was not bad. Although she was a little mischievous, she was not as cruel as the rumors said. Apologize? Lai Qing and the others were shocked. At that moment, a large number of people were walking towards the mountain range from afar. Before they even got close, their voices could already be heard. Senior brother Shiman Si, you've bet a year's worth of half-saint's essence. You'll definitely get half of it. Last year, other than Wu Yunyu, there was also a new disciple from the Xiantian dynasty. He also had one of his legs broken and had to leave the place of cultivation. That new disciple is so arrogant. I'm afraid it's not just one leg that's broken. As the voices drifted, a large number of young men with extraordinary auras stepped out from the mountain range. The young man in the lead was Shiman Si. This Shiman Si was quite famous in East Mountain. Apart from his powerful immortal body, his background was not weak either. He was from the divine map palace of the unfettered 10 halls. However, when they stopped in front of the wooden house at the foot of the mountain range and saw the black-robed young man frowning at them, everyone was stunned. Some were even stupefied. That new disciple was actually fine. All of them felt as if they had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. An indescribable anger rose in Shiman Si's heart. Why isn't your leg broken? At this moment, he was completely different from the day before. Obviously, yesterday, he thought that Lin Ling would definitely be at a disadvantage, so he was too lazy to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, today, Lin Ling was still safe and sound. His mood suddenly became uncomfortable. Most importantly, when he first came to East Mountain, he also cultivated with the 4 poisons of East Mountain. At that time, the 4 poisons of East Mountain were still young girls and did not have the title of 4 poisons. It was because of his teasing that they became known as the 4 poisons of East Mountain. At that time, both of his legs were broken and he became the laughing stock of all the disciples of East Mountain. This kind of thing was very embarrassing. Fortunately, the next person who encountered the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain ended up in a worse state than him, so he felt better. But now, someone had come out safe and sound. How could he be willing to accept this? Why did my leg break? Lin Ling looked indifferently at Shiman Si. After experiencing the cycle of reincarnation, his current state of mind was even more peaceful. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Do you know that in East Mountain, if any disciple dares to cultivate with the 4 poisons of East Mountain, they will definitely have their legs broken? But you are fine. Don't you think you should explain yourself? Shiman Si said word by word, his expression becoming more and more gloomy. That's right. Moreover, you actually made us lose so much half-saint's essence for nothing. You have gone too far. The other disciples' expressions also became cold. Wait, senior brother Lin Ling didn't have his legs broken. That's his problem. You guys are too overbearing. Ning Xiaoshan, who had never dared to cause trouble, also frowned at this moment. He couldn't stand it anymore. These veteran disciples were too arrogant. Only a 2nd-level saint with a 9th-grade yellow-tier immortal physique. Did I give you permission to speak? Shiman Si's expression was gloomy as he looked indifferently at Ning Xiaoshan. His eyes flickered as if he had flipped open a heavenly book. An unparalleled force bloomed, causing Ning Xiaoshan to spit out blood and stagger backward. If it weren't for the 7 Emperors' heaven forbidding killing, you would have died for resisting me. You should count yourself lucky. Shiman Si said coldly. Yesterday, because these people were new and the unhindered Celestial Emperor had just left, he didn't say much. He didn't expect these new disciples to be so unruly. Shiman Si, don't go too far. Gendosa couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Gendosa, you became a mortal emperor's disciple with me. Besides flattering and being lucky enough to meet the mortal emperor once, what's so great about you? After cultivating for so many years, you're only a 3rd-level saint. You're a piece of trash. Shiman Si sneered, not giving Gendosa any face. After becoming a mortal emperor's disciple, Shiman Si didn't need to give face to anyone in the entire Xianping province. Especially today, when he was angry, he didn't need to. Enough, you keep calling me a piece of trash. You're also a piece of trash. At this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and said indifferently. His words caused the other disciples' pupils to constrict. This new disciple called them trash. Even Gendosa didn't dare to say anything, but this new disciple dared to. Huh, I'm trash. What a joke. Shiman Si didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. Senior brother, you've been cultivating in Eastern Mountain for a few years, right? You're only a 4th-level saint. I've only been here for 3 days and I've already broken through from the 1st level to the 2nd level. If you're not a piece of trash, then what are you? Lin Ling gradually revealed his sharpness. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back 100-fold. You. Shiman Hai's expression instantly turned ugly. He had just realized that Lin Ling had broken through to the next level. This meant that Lin Ling had gone to the Sea of Turtles to cultivate. Not only was he fine, but he had also broken through to the next level. This made him even more jealous because he knew that the 4 poisons of East Mountain were also the 4 immortals of East Mountain. Chapter 1489. Great Desolation Body, how dare you? Shiman Si's face twisted. Obviously, Lin Ling's words hit his sore spot. His legs were indeed broken in the past, and that was the biggest scar in his heart. Idiot, you've lost face, so you want others to lose face as well. Do you think a self-righteous emperor's disciple like you has the right to talk about others? I'm really curious how many legs you had broken that day. Lin Ling didn't want to stop until he was shocked to death, and he shouted coldly again. Shiman Si's body trembled, as if his healed wounds were being torn open by Lin Ling. You're dead. This new disciple actually dared to talk about that. Shiman Si is a member of the Divine Map Palace, and the Divine Map King is said to be the king of 100 books, formed from books. Shiman Si's previous life was also the Book of Creation. Although the Seven Emperors' Heaven doesn't allow killing, crippling a person isn't against the rules. The surrounding emperor's disciples' eyes turned cold. They had never seen such an arrogant newcomer like Lin Ling. Did he think he was still in Xianping province? Everyone here was an expert on the intermediate Xian ranking. Disaster comes from the mouth. For the sake of the Seven Emperors' Heaven, I'll give you a chance to swallow your words. Then, all of you will kneel down and apologize. Moreover, you have to kneel neatly. Otherwise, no matter who your backer is, you will suffer today. Shiman Si lowered his head and muttered to himself. His voice had an irresistible majesty. Obviously, if this wasn't the Seven Emperors' Heaven, he would have already killed Lin Ling. Disaster comes from the mouth. I'll also give you a chance to apologize to Ning Shaoshan and Gendosa, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, even if you have the Seven Emperors behind you, you will suffer today. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, his indifferent voice also drifted out. Over the years, what kind of people had Lin Ling not seen? Arrogant and conceited people. He had seen as many as the hairs on an ox. Good, good, good. Since the 4 poisons of Dongshan didn't break your legs, then I'll serve you. The Shiman Si finally raised its head, and the majestic power of the holy ocean erupted. The world rumbled, and his clothes and hair fluttered. At the same time, an ancient green book appeared above his head, and its pages opened like a sprout. One of the mountain river scriptures, the Great Desolation Scripture. It's the body of desolation, and it's reached the 5th level of the mystic class. The surrounding disciples retreated and looked at Lin Ling with a hint of schadenfreude. That newcomer did not know the strength of the Shiman Si and was about to suffer. After all, the Shiman Si was in the Shishan Mountains. Not to mention newcomers, even veteran disciples were no match for him. The aura of desolation pervaded the air. It was vast and mighty, and a storm swept out. Lin Ling, be careful. Gendosa suddenly became anxious. Lin Ling could defeat Hong Tiandi, and his strength was comparable to a 3rd heaven saint. However, how could Hong Tiandi be compared to the Shiman Si? According to his knowledge, the Shiman Si was not a human, but a desolate tribe. This mysterious tribe was said to be formed from the heavenly book, which meant that every bloodline was a heavenly book. Big Brother Yuan, leave. I'll deal with him. However, Lin Ling did not choose to retreat. Instead, he coldly shouted, and Gendosa and the rest could only retreat. They did not know that Lin Ling had not used his full strength to defeat Hong Tiandi. It was not as if Lin Ling had not met an expert like the Shiman Si in the Yin Mountain. Rumble. An enormous aura swept through the mountain range. Below the mountain range, only 2 figures stood quietly. The pupils of the crowd in the distance congealed. They first looked at the Shiman Si, then at Lin Ling. Although they were not happy with this newcomer, they could not deny that this newcomer was courageous. You are very lucky. In the Eastern Mountain, you will not die. However, breaking your leg is unavoidable. The Shiman Si's body shone with a dazzling green light. The book above his head had already opened. An endless aura of desolation pervaded the air. Ancient plants, vines, and ancient trees were uprooted from the ground. It was as if there was a desolate ancient forest behind him. Moreover, green light constantly surged from all directions. That was vitality. This kind of innate immortal physique was terrifying. It could forcefully absorb the vitality in a large area for its own use. My leg is right here. If you can break it, then come at me. Lin Ling said indifferently. His heart was heavy. He realized that his vitality was faintly being absorbed. This Shiman Si's innate talent was indeed strange. Do you feel that your vitality is fading? This is only the beginning. Shiman Si revealed a sinister smile. It was as if he wanted to devour all of Lin Ling's vitality. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, an ancient emperor's aura bloomed. His tall body was like a giant, towering into the clouds. His arms and legs seemed to be holding up the sky. His feet were planted on the ground, overlooking all living things. The influence of Shiman Si's immortal physique gradually decreased. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. You are only at this level. This one sentence made Shiman Si frown. Lin Ling's innate immortal physique looked like it was only yellow rank 10th grade, but it gave him a sense of pressure. It was as if it was not yellow rank 10th grade. How could he know that Lin Ling's God Devil Overlord physique looked like it was only yellow rank 10th grade, but in reality, it had already reached the strength of 9 universes. In other words, it was comparable to Mystic rank 5th grade, because the God Devil Overlord physique only needed one more level to reach Mystic rank 10th grade. Moreover, Lin Ling had the godly fire in the depths of his soul. Unless Shiman Si's innate talent reached Mystic rank 10th grade, he wouldn't be able to affect Lin Ling at all. Interesting. It seems that your innate talent is quite impressive for you to be able to become a disciple. This way, breaking your legs won't be considered bullying the weak. Staring at Lin Ling, Shiman Si revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Do all veteran disciples talk a lot of nonsense? You said you would break my legs, but I'm still standing. Humph. Lin Ling said indifferently. He took a step forward, twisting the space around him as he pounced towards Shiman Si. Swallowing mountains and rivers. Humph. The ancient divine emperor's fist appeared majestically, as if it wanted to suppress the world. Great desolate thousand palms! Exclamation point. Shiman Si's expression changed slightly. He could feel the momentum of the fist, but that was it. His body shook, and the green light around him grew even more resplendent. Countless vines and ancient trees behind him grew crazily, wriggling like worms. They turned into a giant palm, and with a desolate aura, it resisted Lin Ling's ancient divine emperor's fist. How terrifying, that's the power of a 4th-level saint! Exclamation point. And, senior brother Shiman Si is using a heavenly pattern martial art. His martial art is at the pinnacle. The crowd stared at Shiman Si. Lin Ling's physical strength wasn't that dazzling, and all the light was being stolen by Shiman Si. Last year, during the Battle of the 4 Mountains under the 7 Emperors' Heaven, Shiman Hai won a good reputation and was praised by the 7 Emperors. Some people said that he would definitely become the Celestial Emperor in the future. Chapter 1490. Power of Origin Rumble. At the same time, in the sky, the fist and the palm collided. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering. A tyrannical shockwave rippled out, and the surrounding mountains were split in half. How intense! Everyone's pupils constricted. The fist and palm were like the sun and moon, colliding with each other. They were actually evenly matched. That newbie is fine. What a strong defense. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. You're only a so-so. In the sky, Shiman Hai narrowed his eyes and said lightly. He was also surprised by Lin Ling's defense. Lin Ling frowned. Shiman Si was indeed very strong. Although he was only at the 4th layer of the Saint Realm, he was stronger than the ones he had fought before. Clearly, this was an advantage brought about by Shiman Si's immortal physique. The 4th layer saints Lin Ling had defeated before didn't have a stronger immortal physique than Shiman Si. However, although Shiman Si was strong, Lin Ling wasn't weak either. He wasn't afraid of a 4th layer saint when he was only at the 1st layer of the Saint Realm. Now, he was at the second layer of the Saint Realm. His Dantian Saint C was even larger. You're only a so-so. Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist suddenly erupted with blue flames. The flames spiraled and a dragon roared. This fist turned into the Fire Dragon King fist. What? You're also at the peak of the heavenly pattern realm? Shiman C's pupils constricted. He sensed that Lin Ling was actually hiding a trump card. It was as if he was using another innate immortal physique. Moreover, the power of the Great Law was even stronger than his. You guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late. Alas. Lin Ling said indifferently. With a shake of his right fist, the Fire Dragon King roared. Rumble. Thousands of fire dragons roared, sweeping through the world and burning everything. If Shiman C's strength came from the desolate Qi and was an ancient plant, then Lin Ling was an ancient fire. Rumble. The dragon coiled around Shiman C's arm and burned his desolation energy. Moreover, the Fire Dragon King was the most tyrannical of them all. It opened its huge mouth in anger and was tyrannical. The aura of destruction swept out in a grandiose manner. Wherever it passed, great laws would follow. Pop. Pop. Shiman C's body was sent flying by the Fire Dragon King's attack. Shiman C crashed through several mountains and finally disappeared into the mountains. Furthermore, the entire mountain was burning like water. Senior brother Shiman C lost? The spectators from afar were shocked. That newcomer's heavenly pattern martial art had actually reached the pinnacle level. It was extremely rare for someone to reach the pinnacle level of heavenly pattern martial art before breaking through to the fourth layer of Saint Realm. In the past, Hong Tiandi had reached the third layer of Saint Realm, but he had just comprehended the pinnacle level of heavenly pattern martial art. This great law of fire is even stronger and more domineering than when I defeated Hong Tiandi. Gendosa and the others were also shocked, but after thinking about it, they all smiled bitterly. They had forgotten that Lin Ling had already reached the second layer of the Saint Realm, so the power of his martial arts had naturally increased. Boom! At this moment, the ground in front of them exploded, and millions of plants floated out. A flower bud slowly rose up and opened. It was incomparably resplendent, and a figure appeared there. It was Shiman C, but at this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. You actually injured me? A deep and angry voice slowly drifted out. Shiman C was indeed furious. He originally wanted to break Lin Ling's legs, but in the end, he didn't gain any advantage over Lin Ling in the two exchanges, and even suffered some losses. This made him feel that he, as a veteran disciple, had lost all face. Is it strange to injure you? Didn't you say that you're a veteran disciple? Do you want to break my legs? Why are you so angry now? Moreover, you said that we're trash, but that's all you're capable of. Most importantly, how long have you been a disciple? You've occupied so many heavenly treasures for your cultivation, but in the end, you're such trash. Your face is quite thick. Lin Ling indifferently said from afar. His words were filled with sarcasm. You have a sharp tongue. Good, good, good. Then I'll be serious. Shiman C's face was extremely gloomy. Being humiliated by a newcomer, he wished he could kill Lin Ling, great desolate world. Boom. Rumble. His strongest technique finally erupted. He didn't care anymore. If Lin Ling died under his powerful technique, then Lin Ling was courting death. He couldn't be blamed. Previously, I was afraid of accidentally killing you, which led to a violation of the heavenly rules. You don't have the qualifications to be proud. Boom. 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 As if an ancient bugle horn had been blown, millions of plants grew majestically under the heavens, turning books into trees. It was as if the opening chapter of a book had been opened. Those plants covered the sky and split the sun. They didn't fear water, fire, thunder, or lightning. They appeared like the claws of a devil, and actually submerged Lin Ling. This is senior brother Shiman Si's transcendent heavenly pattern martial art. Boom! Staring at the world-changing divine ability, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that this was the great law formed by the desolate aura. It had stimulated the millions of ancient demonic trees, because Shiman Si had millions of seeds hidden in his body. At this moment, they instantly sprouted, erupted, and submerged. What kind of power is this? Boom! Ning Xiaoshan's face was extremely pale. He was a second-layer saint, the same as Lin Ling, but if he was submerged by those demonic trees, he would undoubtedly die. Are your legs broken? Boom! Under the heavens, Shiman Si floated there. In front of him was an ocean of demonic trees. Vines, ancient flowers, and everything else formed an ancient forest, submerging Lin Ling. Lin Ling was probably already dead. Very weak. Boom! However, at this moment, among those terrifying plants, a fiery sword light appeared, as if it had absorbed the power of millions of demonic trees, forming the most resplendent sword. Xiao! The sword slashed out, splitting heaven and earth. Rumble! Millions of plants were severed by the sword. Soon after, a slender figure slowly walked out from the millions of demonic trees. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was indifferent. The sword in his hand seemed to carry the roar of a fire dragon king, and a boundless pressure of heaven and earth. That pressure had already surpassed the great law, forming a new realm of martial arts. Origin energy. To be honest, I don't even know your name. I went to the Turtle Sea to cultivate, so what does that have to do with you? You were hoping that my legs would be broken, but in the end, I came out safe and sound. Instead, you flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to break my legs. I don't know where your confidence comes from. A cold voice drifted out from the ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Source energy. He's only at the second layer of the Saint realm, how can he have source energy? How is this possible? Shiman Hai stared fixedly at the slender figure and shouted in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing because the origin force was above the great laws. He had only seen it in Xiao Yao and the 10 temple lords of Langya. Those cultivators were also Ren Huang's disciples, but they had cultivated for a longer time and had a higher cultivation level. As for a second-layer saint who had the origin force, he was the first in the 7 emperors' heavens. Chapter 1491. Rolling pressure. At this moment, in the distance, Yi-Shi-Er's beautiful eyes focused and stared. Previously, she heard that Shiman Hai was going to settle accounts with that pervert, so she subconsciously came to watch. Although she consoled herself that she wanted to personally deal with that pervert and didn't want him to be dealt with by others, she still felt an inexplicable sense of worry when Shiman Hai released his powerful celestial body. But now, she realized that the one who should be worried was the Shiman Si. Is that the pervert who insulted you? But his martial talent is very powerful. Beside He-Shir, the other 4 poisons of Dong Mountain were present. They were Murong Xian, Shui Bingxue, and Lin Shirin. At this moment, they were staring at Lin Ling. There was anger in their eyes, but more than that, they were surprised. This new disciple was indeed quite capable. Great Desolation Chapter, Volume 2, Myriad of Colors. Shiman Si roared in the sky. The seed in his body sprouted again, forming millions of demonic flowers that swept towards Lin Ling. You're only a disciple of the human emperor, but you think you're invincible. You don't know that you're not the only disciple among the 3 giants of the human world. There's always someone better than you. You're so arrogant. What qualifications do you have to be a disciple? On the ground, a man with a sword proudly walked forward. Fury of the Fire Dragon King, 1 line of heaven. The cutting sword appeared, cutting everything in its path. Rumble. The millions of demonic flowers were cut in half, and the petals were also cut off. Great Desolation Chapter, Volume 3, Resounding Forest. Shimen Si shouted ferociously. He was a dignified disciple of the human emperor, the son of the divine map palace, but he couldn't stop a newcomer. What was the origin of this newcomer? Is that all? Too weak. Under the heaven and earth, only Lin Ling's shout could be heard. The ancient sword dominated the mountains and rivers, and the power of origin cut through all the great laws. One must know that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial arts had reached the pinnacle. In addition, the Tyrant Song sword had absorbed the power of the great laws of the Shimen Si, which led to Lin Ling's fire martial Dao reaching the initial realm of martial origin. And this was also a saint pattern martial art. Whoosh! The sword cut through millions of demonic trees. Those were demonic tree seeds from the demon domain, which could devour human blood. The divine map king of the divine map palace had personally entered the demon domain to bring them back for Shimen Si. But today, they couldn't stop the sword. Suppression. It was a complete suppression. No matter what kind of powerful means Shimen Hai used, none of them could compare to this sword. The crowd around stared at the scene. They could not believe what they were seeing. Shimen Hai's talent and background were not weak. In East Mountain, except for the 4 poisons of East Mountain, there were few who could match him. Even people like Yuan Daosher could not enter Shimen Hai's eyes. However, today, a new disciple was actually crushing Shimen Hai. This kind of thing was too dreamy. How could this be? At this moment, Shimen Si was roaring in his heart. For so many years, he had fought in the south and north. He had also fought against the 3 mysterious disciples of the mortal world, but he had never been suppressed. Moreover, he was suppressed by a newcomer. This caused his arrogance and domineering heart to crumble at this moment. And with his strength, he dared to break Lin Ling's legs? My strength surpasses yours. That's how it is. Lin Ling continued to walk forward with the Fire Dragon King in his hand. The ancient sword in his hand was roaring with a red light, carrying an incomparable sharpness. However, Lin Ling's expression was very calm, without any hint of arrogance. After experiencing the ghost domain, he saw Fallen Leaf's life, so his heart could maintain a very calm state. He also knew that the world was vast. In front of him was the ghost domain, behind him was the demon domain, and behind him were the 3 giants of the mortal world. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that he didn't have the right to be arrogant. Therefore, the last time he saw Shimen Si, the other party was high and mighty, so Lin Ling didn't care. But this time, Shimen Si overestimated himself and wanted to break his legs. This made Lin Ling want to see who would break whose legs. Earlier, you said that I was very lucky. If it wasn't for the 7 Emperors' world, would have died long ago. However, these words should have fallen on you. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Shimen Si, but Shimen Si stood in the sky in a daze. He couldn't answer, but he knew that he was indeed lucky. If it was any other place, he would have been killed by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to want to kill him, but he also didn't seem to want to let him go. What do you want to do? Shimen Si spoke word by word, completely unaware of the panic in his heart. I didn't break my legs, but you want to break them. You people like to take joy in other people's misfortunes. Then, I will break your legs right now. Lin Ling also spoke word by word. How others treat me is how I treat others, it's that simple. How arrogant, you actually dare to break Shimen Si's legs. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect to come here today. They wanted to see how many legs the newcomer had, but in the end, they only saw Shimen Si's legs being broken by the newcomer. You don't dare to break my legs, and you don't have the qualifications. Shimen Si suddenly laughed out of anger, as if this was the first time he heard such arrogant words. He was the son of the divine map palace, and someone dared to break his legs? Then try to resist. If you don't dare, why are you so stubborn? To be honest, you're just giving yourself confidence, thinking that I don't dare to break your legs. As for qualifications, then what qualifications do you have to break my legs? Lin Ling continued to walk forward, unmoved by anything. Qualification? Laughable. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Whoever won had the qualifications. You know who I am? Shiman Si's expression finally changed. For the first time, he was curious about the newcomer's name and why he was so arrogant. I'm not interested in who you are. Lin Ling raised his sword, the flames dazzling. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Trash like you, when you're strong, you keep calling others trash. Now that you're weaker, you bring out your backer. If I were your family, I would feel embarrassed for you. You. Shiman Si's pupils constricted. This newcomer could already stand in front of him and call him trash. Moreover, he couldn't refute it. Try and break his legs, then see what price you have to pay. At this time, a cold voice drifted in the air. In the sky, a man in red had appeared at an unknown time. He was sitting in an ancient scroll, and around the scroll, illusions of endless mountains and rivers appeared. They were majestic, and they possessed a domineering aura. Scroll of mountains and rivers. The surrounding crowd's pupils constricted. How could they not be familiar with this man? He was also a former emperor's disciple. It was just that he exceeded the cultivation time in the 7 Emperors' sky, so he left. Chapter 1492. Divine Atlas King, Mountain River Scrollswamping Provinces Langya and the carefree 10 palaces used to be disciples of the 7 Emperors' heaven. After failing to obtain the title of Celestial Emperor, they all left the 7 Emperors' heaven. In fact, they were no longer disciples of the 7 Emperors' heaven, they were only disciples of the 7 Emperors' heaven. Therefore, to the 4 pillars of Xianping province, their status was not as noble as the Emperor's disciples. However, to ordinary martial artists and even the Emperor's disciples, their status was terrifying because they were all very strong. At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at the sky and said calmly, "You have a problem with that?" The red-clothed man was slightly surprised by Lin Ling's calmness because there were very few people who dared to speak to him like this. "I have no interest in who you are, but I want to say that you can't touch him, or you'll pay a great price." The man in red shook his head and said. His words carried an unquestionable majesty. "You order me?" "Yes." Lin Ling asked calmly, as if he didn't know how strong the other party was. "You can think of it that way. Although you are the Emperor's disciple, there are still differences among the Emperor's disciples. The Shiman Si is noble because he is the son of the Divine Atlas Palace and has the bloodline of the Divine Atlas clan. I am the Divine Atlas King. No matter who your backer is, even if it's the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, you have to give me face." "Yes." The red-clothed man was still sitting on the scroll, his body exuding an aura of vicissitudes. It was as if he had fought countless battles and fought countless demons. "Divine Atlas King?" "Yes." Lin Ling muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered the words of Celestial Master Su Xing before his death. The Rainforest Holy Land was massacred because of the Divine Atlas King's order. This also meant that the Divine Atlas King was the mastermind behind the Rainforest Holy Land's calamity. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. In the past, such a powerful martial artist was as far away as the horizon to him. However, he could now see him with his own eyes. This also meant that Lin Ling's strength was constantly improving. "Face?" "Yes." Lin Ling laughed, and it was a relaxed laugh. "Was the Rainforest Holy Land's calamity your order?" "Rainforest Holy Land? Sorry, I've never heard of it. But when it comes to great calamities, I've issued quite a few such orders in my life." "What, do you have a problem with that?" The red-clothed man said indifferently. "So it was an inadvertent command, and the result was the death of thousands of people at your word." Lin Ling was still smiling. "That's normal. They're just ants, so it doesn't matter if they die. Trash doesn't have the right to live. This is natural selection." The red-clothed man felt that everything was perfectly normal. Now, will you give me face? Do we know each other? Lin Ling was still smiling, almost as if he and the red-robed man were friends. The red-robed man frowned. Not really. But I'm sure you've heard of me, the God Chart King. Since we don't know each other, why should I give you face? Lin Ling's smile finally turned cold. Your people from the Divine Map Palace wanted to break my legs in the Shiman Sea. When have you ever given me any face? Also, in the past, when my hometown was robbed and people were plundered, when have you ever given me any face? Now, you've lost your bloodline to me, and then you show up in a noble manner and talk to me about face? Lin Ling's voice was like continuous thunder, reverberating between heaven and earth. The crowd's hearts exploded. Although they disdained Lin Ling, they couldn't deny that Lin Ling's words were correct. The word face was ironic. How could the God Chart King have the nerve to say that? He didn't do anything, so why should Lin Ling give him face? To the God Map Monarch, this was a resounding slap to his face. He couldn't answer anything. It was as if he was rendered speechless by Lin Ling's thunderous barrage of questions. This is face. Lin Ling looked straight at the God Chart King, raised his sword high, and slashed. The sword light was like water. Under countless gazes, Shiman Sea's legs were brutally cut off by Lin Ling. Blood spurted out, shocking everyone. Ah! Shiman Sea let out a painful cry. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. Even if the God Chart King was here, he would still kill him. One had to know that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but the God Chart King was one of the carefree 10 palace masters. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he couldn't compare to him. In the 7 Emperors' heavens, Lin Ling could be safe, but if he left this place and offended the God Chart King, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. The surrounding disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. This was face, and the so-called face was a sword. And the noble son of the God Chart bloodline, Lin Ling, would still be killed. You shouldn't have used your sword. In the sky, the God Chart King's face was still calm, as if he wasn't angry at all. He said calmly, the price to pay for using my sword is great. Although you're a disciple of the human sovereign, and I don't dare to kill you, it's easy to cripple you. If you leave the 7 Emperors' heavens one day, it'll be even easier for me to kill you. Even if you have the support of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, it won't be hard to kill you. A threat. This was a heavy threat. The God Chart King wanted Lin Ling to know the price of daring to touch a disciple of the God Chart bloodline. He wanted Lin Ling to regret it, and he wanted Lin Ling to know that he couldn't ignore the God Chart King just because he was a human sovereign's disciple. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, this newcomer, was very arrogant. When he first came to the 7 Emperors' heavens, he didn't respect the older generation of disciples. However, with such arrogance, he met the powerful God Chart King. In this world where strength was respected, sometimes backbone didn't mean everything, especially in the land of the human realm's giants. Even dragons had to bow down. With this thought in mind, many people looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know if Lin Ling regretted it now. That idiot, in this situation, it's definitely better not to provoke the God Chart King. The God Chart King is an expert who left the 7 Emperors' heavens. He himself has no fear. Although he missed the chance to be a heavenly emperor, he will still become one in the future. He's so stupid. Far away, she frowned. She didn't expect that pervert to have such a strong backbone. What are you doing? The other 3-4 poisons of Dongshan were puzzled. He seemed to be speaking for the newcomer. He humiliated me, so I should be the one to teach him a lesson. If he dies in the hands of the God Chart King, how am I going to take revenge? She shouted, but her eyes flickered. She seemed to be speaking insincerely. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Ling, including Gendosa. The God Chart King's strength wasn't as strong as Lord Water Mist, but the God Chart King was more domineering and unscrupulous. Lord Water Mist couldn't protect Lin Ling all the time. Moreover, Lord Water Mist was seriously injured. Oh, right, Lin Ling still has that thing. Ning Xiaoshan and Lai Qing were also worried, but Ning Xiaoshan suddenly thought of something and quickly smiled. Are you threatening me? Lin Ling stared at the red-robed man in the sky and coldly spat out a sentence. It's not a threat. You're not qualified to be threatened by me. The red-robed man shook his head and said. I'm sorry, but I still don't know the price of using my sword. I'm a rather stupid person. Sometimes, I won't shed tears even when I see the coffin. You, Godchart King, stop pretending. Do you want to fight, or scram? Chapter 1493. Heaven and Earth as Furnace, Spiritual Refinement Method. The Shinto King was an existence comparable to the Golden Armor King. Although he was very powerful to Lin Ling, it was not enough to make Lin Ling wary. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted to know how far away he was from the Shinto King's level of strength. Boom! The sword pointed to the mountains and rivers. At this moment, countless people were shocked. They did not expect the arrogance of this newcomer to exceed their expectations. He actually gave the Shinto King two choices. One was to fight, and the other was to scram. Martial artists became more courageous the more they fought. Everyone thought of this saying in their hearts. Even the Shinto King's eyes narrowed. He did not expect this outcome. A mere newcomer dared to challenge him? Previously, he thought that Lin Ling would admit defeat and say that he would surpass him in the future. However, nothing happened. Lin Ling went straight to the point and challenged him. All of this was like a joke, but the Shinto King could not bring himself to laugh. It had been a long time since he saw such a proud young man. Are you a match for me? The Shinto King stood up, his face full of dignity. The scroll painting beneath him was majestic, and endless mountains and rivers appeared. He had obviously agreed to the battle. Moreover, he was not afraid of this battle. The surrounding crowd was nervous and expectant. Many of them even felt their blood boiling. What would the outcome of this battle be? We'll know after the battle. Lin Ling did not underestimate the Shinto King. He also knew that with his cultivation realm and innate immortal physique, he was no match for the Shinto King. However, he still had his trump card, so it was time to test it out. The arrival of the Shinto King had undoubtedly caused a stir in East Mountain. Hundreds of disciples were watching from afar. Although the Shinto King was no longer a disciple of the human emperor, his strength was known to all. It was his strength that allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Although he was no longer a disciple of the human emperor, he could still enter the Seven Emperors' Sky at will. The Seven Emperors' Sky only has 5 years of cultivation time. After 5 years, if one does not become a heavenly emperor, he will be stripped of his identity as a disciple of the human emperor. The Shinto King is an expert who has been stripped of his identity, but can still easily enter the Seven Emperors' Sky. Of course, the Divine Map King is only one step away from becoming a titled Heavenly Emperor. Who is it that dares to challenge the King of Shinto? He sure has guts. Could it be that he thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because the Seven Emperors heaven forbids killing? The disciples of East Mountain were talking among themselves. I've conquered the world and fought against the experts of the human realm's 3 profound, carefree, and Langya palaces. I'm afraid you're still weaning. At this moment, a deep voice resounded in the sky. The Godchart King stood on the scroll as if he was the representative of the heavens. He looked down at Lin Ling and wanted to know if this brat would beg for mercy after losing, or if he would be so humiliated that he would be speechless. Cut the crap. You've been cultivating here for 5 years, and you still haven't gotten the titled Heavenly Emperor. I don't understand where your pride comes from. Is everyone in the Divine Map Palace so thick-skinned? Lin Ling smiled coldly. His words were sharp, causing the pupils of the Shinto King in the sky to congeal. That newcomer had a venomous mouth, hitting his sore spot with just one sentence. Indeed, in the past, he had almost been conferred the title of Celestial Emperor. However, he was just a hair's breadth away, and that tiny hair's breadth had caused him to be forced to leave the 7 Emperors' heaven and become the Hall Master of the 10 Carefree Halls. The difference between the Lord of the Carefree 10 Palaces and the titled Heavenly Emperor was not small. Presumptuous. Although I didn't become a Heavenly Emperor, I don't deserve your evaluation. The God Chart King's face darkened. The scroll beneath his feet released an ancient aura, majestic and majestic. Endless mountains and rivers appeared, as if the first scroll of an ancient heavenly book was opened. Rumble. On the ground, mountains rose from the ground, and endless mountains and rivers appeared. It made the God Chart King feel as if he was controlling all the mountains and rivers in his scroll. This was the Mountain River Scroll. It was said that the Mountain River Scroll was not his martial arts, but his innate immortal physique. One had to know that in Xianping Province, there were many martial artists who cultivated the Mountain River martial Tao, but there was no one who had mountains and rivers as a body. The God Chart King was the only one. Mountains and rivers turned into giants, controlling the world. The God Chart King's innate immortal physique is at least Xian level 10. Many of the Eastern Mountain disciples had serious expressions. As expected of the former emperor's disciple, such a powerful innate talent was enough to crush anyone. Once the Mountain River Scroll is released, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers will become a painting. Under my immortal physique, you can only become my mountains and rivers and be trapped in the scroll forever. In the sky, the God Chart King's arrogant voice floated out. He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. I've said it before. If you dare to use your sword, you'll have to pay a high price. So, I won't just use the Mountain River Scroll to crush you. I want you to lose your will to fight forever and know that the dignity of the Freedom Hall Master is inviolable. As soon as he finished speaking, the God Chart King clapped his hands in the air. The earth shook, and the mountains and rivers seemed to come alive, moving layer by layer. That momentum shocked the world. Ah! One of the emperor's disciples could not dodge in time and was directly crushed by the mountains and rivers. He was buried in the mountains, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. What a terrifying immortal physique. The crowd gasped again and ran far away. Heaven and earth as the furnace, mountains and rivers as the flame, spirit refinement. At this moment, the God Chart King's low voice floated out. A scroll appeared above his head, and the words spirit refinement were shocking. Spirit refinement method. It was said that when this scroll appeared, even a god would be refined. With this mysterious scroll, coupled with his innate immortal physique, he would be able to refine the heavens and earth. But that was the truth. The mountains and rivers surged, and the heavens and earth turned into a furnace, and the mountains and rivers became the flame. At this moment, countless eyes were on Lin Ling. It was undeniable that Lin Ling, a newcomer, was quite capable. His martial arts comprehension had the power of the origin. However, the God Chart King was obviously stronger. With the spirit refinement method, refining the origin would be a piece of cake. Lin Ling could not win at all. Many people already had their own thoughts, and they were waiting for the show to start. They wanted to see Lin Ling being taught a lesson and abused. What a strong talent. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He finally knew how strong the 10 Freedom Hall Masters were. However, although the God Chart King's immortal physique was strong, he did not know if it could withstand the power of the soul. Not bad at all. To be able to force me to use my true form, you, God Chart King, are quite capable. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally spoke. His words caused everyone's eyes to narrow. How arrogant and conceited. With such a great disparity in strength, Lin Ling actually said that the God Chart King was qualified to force him to use his true form? He was so arrogant that he could not see himself clearly. You're just showing off before your death. In the sky, the God Chart King also laughed. This was the biggest joke in the world. He said disdainfully, with my spirit refinement method and the mountain and river scroll, You can't touch me at all. You can only be refined like an ant. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. An unparalleled soul force formed a blade of nirvanic destruction that pierced through the sky and shot towards the God-chart king. The soul attack was formless and colorless. It ignored the laws of heaven and earth and shot towards the God-chart king. Chapter 1494. What's the cost? This newcomer doesn't know his limits. Does he think he can look down on everyone just because he has the origin energy? Just you wait, the Divine Atlas King will let that newcomer know what the origin energy is. The disciples around did not know that Lin Ling had already made his move. They were still mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. The Divine Atlas King in the sky was the same. The contemptuous smile on his face deepened, but it only lasted for a moment before his smile froze. Danger. An incomparably terrifying danger. Moreover, that danger actually passed through his vast mountains and rivers and headed straight for his soul. Who attacked me? The Divine Atlas King was anxious, and his face was pale. Then, under countless horrified gazes, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul was attacked by the silent destruction dagger, and this scene caused the entire land to fall into a deathly silence. The Divine Atlas King was injured? How could this be? Everyone's face stiffened. A stroke of genius. However, the Divine Atlas King lived up to his reputation as the Lord of the Carefree 10 Halls. At the critical moment, an ancient brush floated out from behind him, and with a stroke, it actually wrote a huge, sealed word, forming a mysterious and powerful force that barely blocked the fatal blow. Even so, the Divine Atlas King was still breathing heavily, and his face was extremely haggard. Everyone saw this, and they were all dumbfounded. A divine weapon. At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The Divine Atlas King had actually concealed a divine weapon. Otherwise, with the Divine Atlas King's carelessness, Lin Ling could have killed him with a single blow. What a pity. A divine weapon was a treasure that was above a heavenly weapon. It was even more precious, and had the power to shake heaven and earth. Lin Ling's emperor-grade heavenly weapon, the tyrannical singing sword, could raise Lin Ling's fire elemental laws by 2 levels. The power of a divine weapon was naturally even more terrifying. Who attacked me? At this moment, in the sky, the Divine Atlas King still looked as if he was facing a great enemy, and his face was solemn as he looked around. Divine Atlas King, didn't you want me to pay the price? Why are you panicking now? At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling's mocking voice drifted out. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Their Divine Atlas King's heart was filled with shock. Lin Ling. Was Lin Ling? Divine Atlas King? Divine Atlas King? The Divine Atlas King's pupils constricted. His face was full of disbelief. He could still accept it if it was someone else, but he couldn't accept it for Lin Ling. He was so arrogant and domineering just now. He wanted Lin Ling to know the price of using his sword. However, the current situation was as if he had slapped himself in the face. You said that I had to pay the price for using my sword. Now I want to ask you, where is the price? Only Lin Ling's frivolous voice could be heard. He was questioning the noble Divine Atlas King. What was the price that he, Lin Ling, had to pay? What an awe-inspiring young man. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they looked deeply at Lin Ling. They discovered that the black-robed young man was calm and indifferent. When he was calm, he was like an ancient well without ripples. But when he was strong, no one could violate his dignity. That was the aura of an emperor. Soul force, it's actually soul force. No wonder you're so arrogant. At this moment, the Divine Atlas King finally reacted. He stared at Lin Ling ferociously. No wonder Lin Ling's attack could ignore his 10,000 li mountains and rivers. It was because of his soul force. What? You're not high and mighty anymore? You're not going to make me pay the price? You're not going to order me around? I don't understand where your confidence comes from. You actually think that you're one of the 7 emperors. You think that I have to pay the price for my wrongdoings. How pathetic. On the ground, only Lin Ling's sarcastic voice could be heard. Many disciples were stunned and couldn't help but laugh secretly. The Divine Atlas King was so noble and arrogant before, but now, he seemed to be humiliating himself. After all, even the Divine Atlas King couldn't easily suppress Lin Ling. What right did he have to speak in the tone of a senior? It's just soul force. I have the divine brush. I'm not afraid. The Divine Atlas King also knew that the crowd was mocking him. He felt even more humiliated and shouted angrily, I was just not on guard before. That's why you took advantage of me. Is that so? Then let's continue. On the ground, Lin Ling took a step forward with a majestic aura. Instead of talking nonsense, let's just fight. Let me tell you, don't think that you're the only one who didn't use your full strength. The cold words came out of Lin Ling's mouth again. The Divine Atlas King's heart trembled violently. That terrifying soul attack just now wasn't Lin Ling's full strength? If that was the case, then what was Lin Ling's full strength? You lied to me. The Divine Atlas King didn't dare to imagine, so he shouted angrily again. You're not qualified for me to lie to you. So, either you fight or get lost. Lin Ling raised his sword. He was still so proud and firm. Although the Divine Atlas King was strong, he didn't need to be respectful with his current strength. The Divine Atlas King fell silent. His eyes flickered constantly. Should he continue the fight? He couldn't see through Lin Ling. Most importantly, the soul force attack was too strange. If he wasn't careful, he might even fall here. Therefore, although he didn't believe that Lin Ling still had a trump card, he didn't dare to continue the fight. Most importantly, this was Eastern Mountain. Even if he could fight, he couldn't go all out. If Lin Ling was like an ant, he could suppress him without using his full strength. However, Lin Ling was obviously hiding a powerful trump card. If he didn't use his full strength, he couldn't win. We'll fight again next time. The Divine Atlas King said coldly. As soon as he said this, his face turned gloomier. Because this sentence meant that he admitted defeat. In fact, if he continued the fight, he might not be able to gain an advantage. Lin Ling did leave a trump card, which was the frozen space. However, the implications of this trump card were too great. It was related to the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Ling didn't want to reveal it so easily. If you don't want to fight, then scram. Lin Ling sneered. His disdainful voice bloomed like thunder. It was overbearing. Scram. His voice was mighty and spread throughout the entire Eastern Mountain. The eyes of hundreds of disciples flickered. Lin Ling actually asked the Divine Atlas King to scram? What great courage. If I have the chance to leave the 7 Emperors' sky, I'll have a good fight with you. The Divine Atlas King suppressed his anger and depression. He took a step and left. At this time, a disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Scram if you want to. What's the point of putting on an act? This voice made the Divine Atlas King's body tremble. The anger in his heart intensified. Lin Ling really cut off Shiman Si's leg in front of him. He thought that Lin Ling would be like an ant that had to bear his anger. However, the result was that he had to flee. Chapter 1495. Shocking. One must know that not long ago, the King of Divine Charts had appeared arrogantly, but Lin Ling still dared to cut off the legs of the Shiman Si. At that time, they all thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Then, the King of Divine Charts showed his immortal physique and powerful martial origin, so everyone thought that even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But in the end, the king of divine charts had escaped. All of this was extremely shocking. This also meant that although Lin Ling's strength was not comparable to the king of divine charts, the king of divine charts was still incomparably fearful. What kind of terrifying battle record was this? At this moment, Lin Ling slowly walked back, and Gendosa and the rest were looking at Lin Ling in horror. They were shocked by Lin Ling's previous actions, especially Gendosa. He bitterly smiled in his heart. He always thought that Lin Ling was only a little weaker than him, but now it seemed that Lin Ling had already surpassed him. Even the king of divine charts has escaped. Lin Ling, you are really terrifying. Gendosa kept shaking his head and said. The king of divine charts is not as powerful as we thought. Haha. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. When he fought with the heroes in the Een Mountain, he had also seen the 5 heavenly kings who were stronger than the king of divine charts. So, the king of divine charts was not that terrifying to him. Not as powerful? Haha. Gendosa and the rest were even more speechless. Lin Ling's goal was too big. One must know that Lin Ling had only been a mortal emperor's disciple for 3 days. What if he was given 5 years? Then his strength was even more unimaginable. After Lin Ling spoke a few words with Gendosa and the rest, he looked at the surrounding mountains. Wherever his gaze passed, the faces of the mortal emperor's disciples changed dramatically. Deep in their eyes, there was a deep sense of reverence. They were completely afraid of Lin Ling, this newcomer. This world was so simple. No matter how powerful their origin was, how precious their status was, in the end, strength was respected. They could be arrogant in front of the experts in Xianping province, but in front of Lin Ling, who was also a mortal emperor's disciple and stronger than them, they could only lower their noble heads. You were all gloating over my misfortune before. Lin Ling's indifferent voice came out of mortal emperor's disciples' hearts was fiercely trembling. It seemed that Lin Ling did not intend to let them go. This was especially true for Shimen Hai. His face was pale. He was scared. He was more scared than anyone else. Brother Lin Ling, we didn't do anything before. That's right. That was Brother Shimen Si's idea. Moreover, the one who provoked you was the king of Shintu. One by one, the mortal emperor's disciples opened their mouths and bowed to Lin Ling. That made Ning Shaoshan and the rest feel like they were dreaming. Before coming to Dongshan Mountain, every mortal emperor's disciple was noble to them, and they had to look up to them. No matter where they went, they would bow respectfully like servants. However, here, these noble disciples were actually bowing to Lin Ling, is that so? I remember that you all came to see how many of my legs were broken. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently. Boom. Everyone's hearts exploded as they felt uneasy. Indeed, they had come to see Lin Ling's miserable state. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to be so fierce. Even the king of Shintu had been beaten away, and no one could stop him. Brother Lin Ling, what do you want to do? A mortal emperor's disciple asked with a respectful smile. I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Although you all did not attack, you all came to watch me. Then, each of you leave behind a drop of half-saint's essence, and then you can scram. Lin Ling said indifferently. Through the previous battle with the king of god charts, he knew the difference between him and the king of god charts. Apart from the cultivation realm, the biggest difference was the difference in their immortal physiques. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to raise the body of the celestial demon Overlord to the mystic level as soon as possible. There were many benefits if the celestial Overlord physique was upgraded. Take the inferno of hell in the depths of the soul as an example. As long as the physical body was strong, the inferno of hell could be completely controlled. Moreover, the half-saint's essence could improve all aspects, and it was also beneficial to the soul force. Half-saint's essence? Everyone smiled bitterly. This kind of treasure was even more precious than primeval stones. They were a little reluctant to part with it. If you don't want to give it to me, then I'll break both of your legs and you can leave. Lin Ling said again. His words made the mortal emperor's disciples pale. Then, they handed over a drop of half-saint's essence. They did not doubt Lin Ling's determination, nor did they doubt Lin Ling's strength. If they did not hand it over, then they would break both of their legs. They were depressed. They originally wanted to watch a good show, but they ended up losing a lot of money. I'll hand it over too. At this moment, Shiman Si, who had his legs cut off, gritted his teeth and said, "You? Hand over all of your treasures." However, Lin Ling looked at him, and his voice was even colder. "You?" Shiman Si's face turned ferocious. He wanted to tell Lin Ling his origin, but he suddenly realized that his origin was no longer a threat to Lin Ling. This was because their king of Shinto had been beaten away by Lin Ling. "If you don't hand it over, then I'll cut off your limbs." Lin Ling smiled. However, his smile was extremely cold and even carried a hint of bloodlust. Shiman Si's face immediately turned pale. Without another word, he handed over all of his treasures. "You want to see my legs cut off? Sorry to disappoint you. Get out of my sight." After taking all of the treasures, Lin Ling kicked Shiman Si as if he was kicking trash. He flew thousands of miles away like a rubber ball and disappeared into the distant mountains. "Senior brother Lin Ling, we've handed over our half-saint's essence. Can we leave now?" The surrounding disciples subconsciously swallowed their saliva. They were no longer as arrogant as they were at the beginning. Clearly, Lin Ling's kick had frightened them. "Get out of my sight!" Lin Ling coldly shouted. He did not give any face to these people who were gloating over his misfortune. How could these disciples care about their faces? They all fled in panic. So powerful. He's only been in Eastern Mountain for 3 days, but his strength has already surpassed many disciples. I'm afraid he's about to catch up to us, the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. In the distant sky, 4 fairy-like women frowned. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful newcomer. They had a faint feeling that they were no match for Lin Ling in a one-on-one fight. Only when the 4 of them worked together would they have a chance. In Eastern Mountain, the 4 of them were ranked 2nd. This also meant that Lin Ling was ranked 3rd in the entire Eastern Mountain. He only scared away the King of Divine Charts. The King of Divine Charts wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous in this place. If they were outside, Lin Ling would definitely not be a match for the King of Divine Charts. After all, a life and death battle is different from the current battle. Among the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, an indifferent woman lightly said. She was like the ice and snow of the 9 heavens, untainted by even a speck of dust. Her aura was also extremely cold. The other 3 women also nodded. The King of Divine Charts couldn't act freely in this place. Therefore, Lin Ling had yet to reach the same height as the King of Divine Charts. Thinking of this, their hearts relaxed a little. No matter what, among the 3 great legends of the mortal realm, he's one of the more outstanding disciples. Just like that little girl Princess Fire Spirit, he defeated a veteran disciple on his first time as a disciple. Speaking of which, that little girl Princess Fire Spirit, I haven't seen her for a long time. She'll definitely come to the next disciple gathering. Chapter 1496. Half-Saint's essence fluid. At this moment, Lin Ling's thoughts were somewhat different from theirs. If they really wanted to fight to the death, even if Lin Ling was not as good as the King of Divine Maps, the King of Divine Maps would not be able to do anything to him. If Lin Ling's immortal physique improved again, then the King of Divine Maps would be able to kill him easily. Therefore, Lin Ling's current goal was to improve the level of his God-Devil Overlord body. News of what happened in East Mountain spread like wildfire. Hundreds of disciples knew that a new disciple had risen rapidly. He was only below the 4 poisons of East Mountain, ranked 3rd in the whole of East Mountain. Interesting. No wonder the 3 great ancient sects called him the Celestial Emperor. It seems like I have to talk to the 7 emperors. In the distance, a man smiled as he looked at the scene on the ground. His body flickered and disappeared. Then, in the mountains below the 7 emperors, a figure stepped on the clouds and ascended to the 9 firmaments. The clouds in the sky were very mysterious. They moved slowly, but they seemed to be real. Moreover, each cloud had a powerful great law of heaven and earth. Ascending the clouds was like ascending to the heavens. There were 99,999 clouds. According to legend, this was the origin of the name Cloud of the 9 Firmaments. Ascending to the 9 firmaments meant that one could laugh at the world. After an unknown period of time, the man finally reached the top of the 9 firmaments. His forehead was covered in sweat. Then, he smiled bitterly. Every time he wanted to meet the 7 emperors, it was so troublesome. The cloud of the 9 firmaments was too difficult. Then, the man's eyes became serious as he looked around. The cloud of the 9 firmaments seemed to be the peak of the world. In the distance, there were laws of heaven and earth, wind, thunder, water, and fire. On the other side, there were flowers blooming and withering. On the other side, there was the extremely mysterious primordial ancient road. Every time I come here, I feel nervous. This is the peak of the mortal world. The man muttered to himself. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. There, 2 figures sat quietly on the clouds. In front of them was a chess record. They looked like stone statues as they stared at the record. They waited for 2 hours before they moved. Around the cloud of the 9 firmaments were auspicious beasts, kirans, white cranes, azure dragons, and so on. It was like a paradise. After a long time, the 2 people playing chess finally raised their heads and smiled at the man. Unhindered Sky Emperor, how is it? These 2 people looked extremely ordinary. Moreover, the expressions on their faces were extremely amiable and peaceful. One of them was a scholarly middle-aged man. He wore an embroidered long robe as if he was a member of the imperial family. However, every single movement of his carried the aura of the great path of the scholarly faction. Surprisingly, he was one of the 7 emperors, Emperor Yu. How is the little fellow you brought back? The other was an older man with white hair. He wore a cloth robe and straw sandals. Moreover, he was carrying a fish basket with a fishing rod hanging next to it. From any angle, this old man looked like an ordinary old man fishing in the river. However, when the unhindered Sky Emperor saw him, his expression became even more respectful. This old man was one of the 7 emperors, Emperor Li Shou. The 2 of them were in charge of East Mountain, sitting at the top of the human world's pyramid. Greetings to Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor took a deep breath and said respectfully, "You're too polite. The so-called human sovereign is actually just a stronger martial artist. It's not as mysterious as you think it is." Both of them laughed. They were much more amiable and approachable than the rumor said. Of course, they were approachable, but the unhindered Heavenly Emperor did not dare to slight the 2 human emperors. He bowed again and said, "The little fellow who reached the top of the palace has now gained a firm foothold in East Mountain. When he met the King of Divine Charts earlier, he actually scared him away. Although part of the reason was that the King of Divine Charts did not dare to go all out in a battle, that little fellow indeed has the ability to make the King of Divine Charts wary." Impressive. Amazing, a rare peerless genius has finally come to my Eastern Mountain. Emperor Li Shou could not help but laugh. Obviously, he had been paying attention to Lin Ling for a long time. Emperor Yu also stroked his beard and said, "Reached the top of the palace, martial heart great perfection. Moreover, I heard from the 3 great elders that his martial arts comprehension has reached the realm of returning to the origin. To be able to experience reincarnation at such a young age, his martial arts talent is indeed not bad. Lord Human Emperor, that little fellow seemed to make the King of Divine Charts wary of his soul power." Unhindered Heavenly Emperor said again. He is hiding something that even we do not know. To be able to make the King of Divine Charts wary, his soul power must have reached at least 100 levels. That little fellow is a rare triple cultivator. Emperor Li Shou's eyes flickered. In the mortal world, triple cultivators were rarely seen. Who would have thought that one would appear in East Mountain? Lin Ling, very good. Right now, many powerful disciples have appeared in South Mountain, North Mountain, and West Mountain. With this little fellow, my East Mountain has gained some face. Emperor Yu nodded in satisfaction. The mortal world is vast, the outer world's gods and devils will come at any time. With just us, it is hard to resist. It all depends on the younger generation. Hee hee. The two human emperors said indifferently. They looked at unhindered heavenly emperor and said, since the king of divine charts is here, that little fellow did not take out his violet gold human emperor token? No. Unhindered heavenly emperor shook his head. He is quite arrogant. If he takes out his violet gold human emperor token, seeing it is like seeing the heavenly emperor. How would the king of divine charts dare to be arrogant? However, that little fellow clearly wants to rely on his own strength to fight the king of divine charts. The violet gold human emperor token is with him. Whenever he takes it out, give him some help. Although that little fellow has great potential, he still needs some time to grow. Unhindered heavenly emperor, during this time, you will be responsible for watching over him. The two human emperors said. Unhindered heavenly emperor quickly nodded. He was shocked. Lin Ling was only a second-layer Saint Realm disciple, but to be so highly regarded by the two human emperors, it was extremely rare even in the seven emperors' heavens. This also meant that Lin Ling would be heavily protected. Unhindered heavenly emperor then left. The two human emperors continued to play chess. They muttered to themselves, ascending to the top of the palace is not as simple as it seems. The last step is governed by the laws of heaven and earth. That little fellow is obviously hiding a secret that we do not know. Ignoring the laws, not bad, not bad. Lin Ling had already entered a state of cultivation. Previously, he had obtained 50 drops of half-saint's essence from the disciples. He had given 10 drops to Gendosa and the others, leaving the remaining 40 drops for his own cultivation. Moreover, after the battle with the king of divine charts, he had discovered his own flaws. If his talent were to increase again, killing the king of divine charts would be a piece of cake. The king of divine charts had caused great calamity in the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling would not let this enmity go unavenged. Everything was as the king of divine charts had said. Trash did not have the qualifications to live. Therefore, when Lin Ling surpassed the king of divine charts, the king of divine charts would become trash. At this moment, in the fourth layer of the Purple Palace realm, Purgatory World, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the middle of millions of flame seeds, refining the half-saint's essence. The flames around him did not dare to approach. It was as if Lin Ling's soul was hiding the Lord of Flames, and that was the Yellow Springs flame. The half-saint's essence is a treasure that can enhance all aspects. Although it is rare, its effect is not as good as the heavenly ruthless bead. Chapter 1497. Mission Board. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and frowned. His fiend god Overlord physique still hadn't broken through, there was still some distance to the fifth layer. Sure enough, the fiend god Overlord physique was getting harder and harder from the fourth layer onwards. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll need a few hundred drops of half-saint essence. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Your Majesty, your cultivation speed is already considered fast. In the past, the previous emperor spent 20 years to reach the fifth layer from the fourth layer. At this time, Elder Z said from the side. He was like the most loyal minister, guiding Lin Ling's cultivation. Lin Ling nodded. His cultivation speed was indeed fast. Although he was only 20 years old, he had already reached a height that many people couldn't reach in their lifetime. Right now, my heavenly rune martial arts are at the pinnacle level. Then, I'll raise my heavenly rune martial arts to the transcendent level as soon as possible. Soon after, Lin Ling took a step forward and entered the purgatory to comprehend the fire martial Tao. After a long time, Lin Ling left the purple mansion and opened the door of his wooden house. He looked around and saw Lai Qing cultivating outside. Her cultivation had actually reached the third layer of Saint Realm. However, her heavenly rune martial arts didn't increase by much. Lai Qing. Lin Ling lightly called out. Big brother Lin Ling. Lai Qing stood up and smiled at Lin Ling. Like her, Lin Ling was also a holy child of 6 Saint Realms. Now, both of them had reached the top of the mortal world. However, Lai Qing knew that Lin Ling was even more powerful than her. Therefore, she was filled with killing intent towards others. However, she worshipped Lin Ling. You are cultivating baleful qi and evil qi. However, you have to focus on one of them to form a stronger great law. Cultivating both at the same time will slow down your cultivation speed. Lin Ling smiled and said. Is that so? Lai Qing's eyes flickered, then she nodded heavily. She believed in Lin Ling's words. Also, if you want to have a deeper comprehension of heavenly pattern martial arts, you can go to the ghost domain to gain experience. That place is more suitable for you. Lin Ling reminded again. Lai Qing cultivates baleful qi and evil qi, so Lin Ling is very clear about it. Thank you, brother Lin Ling. I got it. Lai Qing quickly nodded. She had the same thought in her mind. In the distance, Ning Xiaoshan walked over. He sighed inwardly. Lin Ling was a disciple of Ren Huang like them, but the things he knew and the martial arts he learned were enough to make him their master. He couldn't help but rejoice. Although he wasn't very familiar with Lin Ling, they could still be considered friends. Now, in Eastern Mountain, all the disciples knew that he was Lin Ling's friend, so no one dared to provoke him. When he went to some cultivation places, people were in awe and respect. Lin Ling also knew that there were many cultivation places in Eastern Mountain, and all of them were extremely precious. However, for Lin Ling, they weren't very useful because his purple mansion wasn't inferior to Eastern Mountains. In fact, it was even better. What Lin Ling lacked was cultivation resources. Ning Xiaoshan, do you know where I can get half Saint's essence? Lin Ling looked at Ning Xiaoshan and smiled. Brother Lin Ling, if you want half Saint's essence, apart from the 1 drop you receive every month, you can only buy it from Splendid Mountain and River. Of course, Eastern Mountain also has a mission board. You can also get rewards for completing missions. Ning Xiaoshan was obviously more familiar with Eastern Mountain. Mission board? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Going to Splendid Mountain and River to buy half Saint's essence was obviously unrealistic because he was poorer than anyone else. Therefore, his gaze fell on the mission board. Yes, the mission board will give out missions to reach the outside world every month. There are missions to enter the Ghost Realm, the Demon Realm, and also missions to Xianyuan and Xianping Province. Completing them will give you a corresponding reward. The missions are divided into strong and weak ones. The more difficult the missions, the better the rewards. Ning Xiaoshan explained. Lin Ling nodded. This mission board was pretty good. Firstly, he could gain experience. Secondly, he could get rewards. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lin Ling bade farewell and left. He urgently needed to upgrade his godly demon Overlord constitution. The mission board wasn't hard to find. Lin Ling walked along. Even if he didn't know, he could ask someone. Brother Lin Ling. You want to find the mission board? It's on the tallest mountain. The Renhuang disciples he met along the way all bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's current strength was ranked 3rd in Eastern Mountain, just below the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Of course, there were also some who were jealous, especially those who had cultivated for 3 or 4 years. They were even more jealous because they had been here for so many years and barely had a firm foothold. However, Lin Ling had just arrived and already had a firm foothold. How could they be convinced? Of course, they only dared to be unconvinced in their hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Just wait and see. The 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain won't let this Lin Ling gain a firm foothold. Yes, Lin Ling came out unscathed during the last cultivation in the Turtle Sea and broke the record of Eastern Mountain. The 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain won't let him go. There's also the first king of Eastern Mountain. He's only cultivating at the moment. If he comes back, he'll definitely suppress Lin Ling. The first king has only cultivated in Eastern Mountain for a year, but I heard that he's going to challenge the 10 temples of Langya. Some people in the mountain range sneered and talked. The Renhuang disciples were also ranked according to their age of cultivation. The longer they cultivated, the stronger they were. Then, they would be respected by others. After leaving this place, they would be respected by heroes in Xianping province. This was the first level of the Renhuang disciples. The second level was the height of Langya and the 10 temples of Carefree. The third level was the titled Celestial Emperor, who was also a top expert in the mortal realm. At present, Lin Ling was close to the second level, but he hadn't officially stepped into it. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving toward the mission list. However, at this moment, a figure blocked in front of him. It was a woman in a pink dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were extremely delicate. At this moment, she was blocking in front of Lin Ling. Her expression was somewhat complicated, and the depths of her eyes were filled with anger and grievance. She was That time, she was inexplicably attacked by Lin Ling. This caused the record of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain to be broken by Lin Ling. Her sisters even asked her what happened, and she couldn't answer. Therefore, this time, she wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. She wanted to prove that in Eastern Mountain, except for the first king of Eastern Mountain, no one could violate the dignity of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Your injury hasn't healed yet? Do you need me to take a look? Yes. Lin Ling looked at with some surprise. He naturally knew her. At the same time, he remembered what he said at that time. If Shi'er's injury hadn't healed, then she could come to him. Lin Ling was aware that that day, in order to protect himself, he acted decisively, causing him to feel somewhat guilty. Demon, let me tell you. You humiliated me that day. Today, I'm here for revenge. I will definitely avenge the humiliation of losing my virginity. Chapter 1498. Helper. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. That day, I was indeed a little reckless. But if you want revenge, you don't seem to have the strength. You. She was stunned for a moment, then she gritted her teeth in anger. Worthy of being called a devil, a true devil. After insulting her, he even arrogantly said that she was not strong enough. Even if the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain join forces, you may not be my opponent. Lin Ling said indifferently. He did not get angry, but spoke the truth. Boom. His voice was like thunder, causing She'er's body to tremble. Today, she had promised her sisters that if she saw that demon, she would definitely teach him a lesson. But when she saw that lecherous demon again, she immediately felt powerless, as though everything she had no effect on that lecherous demon. Most importantly, the lecherous demon exuded an aura that seemed to dominate everything. This aura made her even angrier. They, the 4 poisons of East Mountain, had dominated East Mountain for so many years. Who was this lecherous demon? What right did he have to be above them? In fact, she did not know that Lin Ling was even more aggrieved than her. Although he was wrong that day, he had apologized and wanted to make up for it. But this woman seemed to want to kill him, which made him very depressed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing She'er trembling in anger, Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to her and wanted to leave. Wait, do you know what the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain are? Today, the other 3 poisons are not here. Otherwise, do you think you can leave? However, even if the other 3 poisons are not here, it's still easy for me to teach you a lesson. She suddenly sneered, which made Lin Ling frown. This woman seemed to be very confident. Your strength can make the palace masters of the Carefree Temple afraid. I admit that I'm not your opponent in a one-on-one fight, but you still haven't reached the level of the Carefree Temple master. He sneered. What do you want to say? Just say it. Lin Ling shook his head and said. It's simple. I have to teach you a lesson today. Just because I can't, doesn't mean others can't. Big brother Matian, come help me. He put away her sword. At this moment, she seemed to be in control of everything. She took out the mother-child sound transmitting bug and sent out a message. Not long ago, she knew that the Langya 10 palace masters had arrived. She had a good relationship with that person, and they called each other senior brother and junior sister. Today, he was here. She would definitely be able to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Am telling you, today, I will break your legs. She's voice reverberated through the air. Although she was a peerless beauty, she still had the domineering aura of an empress. Of course, since she could become one of the 4 venoms of Eastern Mountain, how could her personality be weak? It's of the 4 poisons of Dongshan. She's looking for Lin Ling. There's going to be a good show to watch. Is vicious, unruly, and willful. Most importantly, she has a strong backing. Shiman Si can't compare to her. If she attacks Lin Ling will definitely be humiliated. How arrogant Lin Ling is. Today, let's see how he will face the 4 venoms of Eastern Mountain. Many people in the distance were looking forward to it. The 4 venoms of Eastern Mountain had been able to move unhindered in Eastern Mountain for a few years. Naturally, they were terrifying. It was just that Lin Ling had little contact with them, so he thought that these women were just kind-hearted. Junior sister, who dares to bully you? At this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky. It was as if the Demon King had arrived. The clouds parted, and a tall and burly man stepped on 7 colored clouds. He held a long staff in his hand and arrived in a mighty manner. It's Matian the Great Sage, the top expert among the disciples of Eastern Mountain in the past. Many people gasped. They didn't expect such an expert to arrive. One had to know that Matian the Great Sage was the lord of the Matian Palace of Langya. His strength could touch the firmament, and he was also an expert who was almost titled as a celestial emperor. Most importantly, the reason Lin Ling defeated the King of Divine Charts last time was very simple. The King of Divine Charts wasn't a disciple from Eastern Mountain, so he didn't dare to go all out. On the other hand, Matian the Great Sage was a disciple from Eastern Mountain, so the Renhuang would give him some face. It wouldn't be difficult for him to teach Lin Ling a lesson and break his legs. Senior brother Matian, I'm here. She smiled. Her smile was very beautiful and carried a touch of joy. Demon, pervert, you're going to die this time. She looked at Lin Ling. Eastern Mountain forbids killing, so you don't have to die. However, breaking your legs is inevitable. Which leg do you want me to break? Also, remember, no matter how strong you are, you'll never be a match for the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, the 2nd-ranked disciple of Eastern Mountain. The next time you see me, kowtow 3 times and take a detour. Then, I won't bicker with you. Her words carried a strong sense of arrogance and pride. Moreover, she was incomparably happy in her heart. She could finally see the appearance of the lecher begging for mercy. However, after she spoke, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He looked at her, neither begging for mercy nor speaking. Say something. Are you afraid? Lin Ling's appearance undoubtedly made he extremely angry. To be honest, she didn't want Lin Ling to be tortured too much. She didn't know why she didn't want to see this scene. However, if she didn't attack Lin Ling, she wouldn't be able to explain herself to the other 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Moreover, others would also question the prestige of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. With all these reasons added together, she wanted to show Lin Ling her power. I don't know what to say. Lin Ling stared at heaven-touching great sage, who was stepping on the clouds, and felt somewhat speechless. He really didn't know what to say in the face of heaven-touching great sage. Stubborn. You're dead. Let me tell you, don't be so arrogant next time. She gritted her teeth in anger. This pervert was very stubborn. Junior sister I'll break the legs of anyone who dares to insult you. At the same time, the angry voice in the sky was like thunder. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. The surrounding crowd was looking forward to it even more. It was time to suppress the newcomer. Otherwise, the newcomer wouldn't care about them at all. Rumble. At this moment in the sky, the heaven-raising staff transformed into a towering pillar that smashed down at Lin Ling. Heaven-touching great sage was as fiery as ever. He attacked without hesitation. How dare you tease my junior sister? Leave your legs to me. Heaven-touching great sage's tyrannical voice accompanied the terrifying staff strike. At that moment, her smile deepened. Lin Ling, you're doomed this time. Trash, I haven't seen you in more than half a year. You've gotten a lot bolder. At that moment, a calm voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the towering staff in the sky to suddenly stop. In the sky, heaven-touching great sage's pupils constricted. What a familiar voice. It seemed that only that person in the entire Xianping province dared to call him trash. He couldn't help but look at the ground, and his expression changed drastically. How dare you hit me? Not only are you bold, but you're also lawless. Lin Ling said again. It's him. It's really him. Chapter 1499. Master. Clang. The sky-reaching staff in heaven-touching great sage's hand also fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Everyone's eyes narrowed. What happened? It must be because great sage Heaven Touch saw that the newcomer was too weak, so he didn't plan on using a weapon to teach him a lesson. Someone said through gritted teeth. He didn't know what had happened, so he could only console himself like this. The others also nodded, and then they continued to stare ahead. However, the next scene made them speechless. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, and his calm voice drifted out. Using a weapon against a swordsman is equivalent to using a sword against a swordsman. Tell me, how should I deal with you? On the other hand, Heaven Touch Great Sage's body trembled even more violently, and his panicked appearance caused everyone to gape. Paw! Then, a loud slap sounded. The crowd saw that Lin Ling had slapped touching the Heaven Sage. Great Sage Heaven Touch, how arrogant are you? Attacking me without asking any questions? You're getting bolder and bolder. Paw! Another round of applause sounded. Aren't you very powerful? The stick is about to break my legs. Why don't you dare to hit me now? Paw! The sounds of slapping continued, but what they expected did not happen. Instead, everyone saw the rookie slap Great Sage Heaven Touching. Even her's mouth was wide open and her face was full of disbelief. She kept shaking her head. This must be a dream. Lin Ling dared to hit Great Sage Heaven Touching? He was dead for sure. Master, I didn't know that you were here. I was wrong. However, Heaven Touch Great Sage wasn't angry at all. His body trembled as he spoke. Master? The hearts of everyone exploded when they heard these words. The dignified Heaven Touch Sage actually called a new disciple his master. You're not going to break my leg? Lin Ling said indifferently. I don't dare. Master, please break my legs. Heaven Touch Great Sage spoke respectfully. When Lin Ling came to his Heaven Touch Hall in the past, the Tao of forging was difficult to deal with. So, when facing Lin Ling, he only felt admiration from the bottom of his heart and didn't dare act arrogantly. Moreover, he felt bitter in his heart. If he knew that the person he was going to teach a lesson to was Lin Ling, then he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. If he offended Lin Ling and caused Lin Ling to give up on guiding him in the Tao of forging, then he would cry until he had no tears left. The power of the heaven-reaching staff is already on the verge of collapse. Good, you don't cherish your weapon, but use the heaven-reaching staff to show off. Lin Ling reprimanded again. I was wrong, master. Heaven Stroker lowered his head. At this moment, he really wanted to cry, but he had no tears. The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were speechless. As for she felt as if the sky had collapsed. How could this be? In the end, not only was her final reliance useless against that lecher, but she had also become his disciple. Could it be that this lecher was born to restrain her? Lin Ling sighed softly at this moment. He also knew what kind of blow he had suffered. However, Lin Ling was also helpless in this matter because it wasn't him, Lin Ling, who had called Heaven Touch Great Sage over. Do you know your mistake? Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, he could only say this. I was wrong again. He was on the verge of tears. Last time, this lecher had inexplicably launched a sneak attack on her and even touched her there. Moreover, he had ruthlessly pushed her and broke a few of her bones. At that time, she was forced to admit her mistake, and now, she was going to admit her mistake again. Where did she go wrong? He just wanted to show his strength. Lin Ling sighed again. Last time, Lin Ling, was in the wrong. He wasn't a person who bullied the weak. How about this? I see that the level of your sword isn't high. I'll help you upgrade it to the Emperor rank. Then, we'll write off the matter between us. How about it? Emperor rank? She was so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. However, when she heard Lin Ling's words, her beautiful eyes immediately focused. Junior sister this is a good opportunity. My master rarely makes a move. Heaven Touch Great Sage immediately became excited. He had long wanted to see his master forge a weapon. Shut up. I haven't settled the score with you for that hit from before. Lin Ling shouted coldly at Heaven Touch Great Sage. Master, didn't you slap me 3 times? Heaven Touch Great Sage hurriedly lowered his head. His humble tone made the people in the distance turn pale and their teeth chatter. They wanted to see Lin Ling put on a good show, but this time, they were obviously going to be disappointed again. Lin Ling didn't care about their grievances at all. He left with Heaven Touch Great Sage and Heaven Touch Great Sage. On the way, he asked to inform Ning Shaoshan and the others. Master, are Ning Shaoshan and the others your disciples? Why did you ask them to come here? Heaven Touch Great Sage was extremely puzzled. I'll help them upgrade their weapons while I'm at it. Lin Ling said with a smile. Where did the materials come from? Heaven Touch Great Sage was even more puzzled. Of course it's from you. Lin Ling looked at him quietly. Heaven Touch Great Sage's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say anything. His master was robbing him again. After a long time, Lin Ling personally forged heavenly weapons for Lai Qing, Heaven Touch Great Sage, and the others at the foot of a mountain range. The first thing he forged was naturally Heaven Touch Great Sage's rod. Heaven Touch Great Sage had already prepared all the materials needed for the rod, and he was just waiting for Lin Ling to make a move. He's actually a blacksmith? Moreover, senior brother Heaven Touch's forging skill is already very strong, but he's actually stronger than senior brother Heaven Touch. She watched quietly from the side, and she was shocked. For the first time, she was curious about the origin of this pervert. In fact, she didn't believe that Lin Ling was Heaven Touch Great Sage's master because the age gap was too big. Moreover, Heaven Touch Great Sage's strength was obvious to all, and he had a wild and unruly character. How could he submit to Lin Ling? An Emperor rank heavenly weapon has the power to break the seal. Heaven Touch Great Sage, what domain do you want to strengthen? Is it defense, speed, or attack? Lin Ling asked. Of course it's attack. I want to raise the great law of martial arts by a realm. Heaven Touch Great Sage said with a smile. His attacks were ranked among the top in the 10 halls of Langya. His heavenly pattern martial arts had also reached the extraordinary realm. If the heaven-piercing staff advanced by another realm, it would step into the category of heavenly pattern martial arts. An emperor rank heavenly weapon has the power to break the seal. Heaven Touch Great Sage, what domain do you want to strengthen? Is it defense, speed, or attack? Lin Ling asked. Of course it's attack. I want to raise the great law of martial arts by a realm. Heaven Touch Great Sage said with a smile. His attacks were ranked among the top in the 10 halls of Langya. His heavenly pattern martial arts had also reached the extraordinary realm. If the heaven-piercing staff advanced by another realm, it would step into the category of heavenly pattern martial arts. A realm? Are you trying to embarrass me? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at him. Could it be that the heavenly weapon he had personally forged was only raised by a realm? One had to know that his tyrannical song sword had been raised by 2 realms. Could it be that the increase is too great? Then it should be raised by at least half a realm. It should be enough to touch the origin energy. Heaven Touch Great Sage felt that he had asked for too much, so he chuckled. Pa! Lin Ling was exasperated. He slapped Heaven Touch Great Sage's head, causing He Shear's heart to tremble. This pervert had the guts to hit Heaven Touch Great Sage's head. Chapter 1500. North, South, East and West Hills, you're too disappointing. Lin Ling reprimanded. Previously, when I fought with the King of Divine Charts, he already had a divine weapon in his hand. His origin force is extremely strong, and you are also the Langya Palace Hall Master, yet you only want to raise your weapon by half a realm. Let me tell you, I want your Tong Tian staff to be raised by at least 2 realms, so that it is no weaker than the King of Divine Charts martial arts realm. Ah! Heaven Touching Great Sage sucked in a breath of cold air. So it turned out that his master had beaten him because his requirements were too low. He only wanted to increase his cultivation by half a realm, but Lin Ling wanted to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. Of course, if you have better materials, would like to try forging a divine weapon. Lin Ling's eyes shone with a fiery light. Divine weapons, a higher realm of weapons, he was looking forward to it. Look, you've forged it this time. Next time, you'll have to personally forge an Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier. After that, Lin Ling took out the materials and began to carve the runes. His soul force had doubled, and his speed was as fast as lightning. One had to know that when Lin Ling forged the Tyrant Song sword, Lin Ling's soul power hadn't even reached the 100th level. Now that he was at the 122nd level, one could imagine how much progress he had made. Rumble. In the sky, all kinds of materials floated. A large number of runes, like the laws of heaven and earth, fell on the staff one by one, forming a majestic spiritual energy fluctuation. The clouds in the sky rolled over, causing many of the Eastern Mountain disciples to gather around in shock. However, they did not dare to approach. Rumble. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the heavenly soldier tribulation descended from the sky. So fast. Heaven Touching Sage gasped, and even He Shear's beautiful eyes focused. She suddenly felt that this pervert deserved to be Heaven Touching Sage's master. After all, she'd never seen such a swift method of inscribing formation markings. Rumble. The Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier smashed down, but the heaven-reaching staff released a heaven-shocking aura. It was as if a demon king had awakened and was about to pierce through this world, stirring up the winds and clouds. Boom! Boom! Under countless gazes, the heaven-reaching staff rose from the ground and grew larger and larger. It actually dispersed the great tribulation clouds in the sky and then landed on the ground like a stabilizing needle. What is that? What a terrifying pressure! The disciples in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to come any closer. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the blue sky appeared once again. The great tribulation of the heavenly soldiers had been annihilated. It seems that my soul force has increased, and I have the comprehension of returning to the origin of martial arts. The speed at which I forged the Emperor stage heavenly soldier has become even faster. This Tong Tian rod has been completely reborn. Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently and said with a smile. He was quite satisfied with the forging this time. This was because the heaven-reaching staff had already reached the level of a semi-divine weapon. Firstly, the materials prepared by the heaven-touching great sage were very rare and sufficient. Secondly, Lin Ling's soul power had greatly increased. Semi-divine weapon. Heaven-touch great sage was more familiar with the changes of the heaven-reaching rod than anyone else. His body trembled as well. Lin Ling nodded. Yes, and the power of the great law has increased by 2 realms. In the unsealed state, it will greatly increase your martial origin power. Moreover, the more you fight, the stronger your martial origin power will become. The heaven-reaching staff was already of a higher level than Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. The difference was that the tyrannical song sword absorbed the opponent's attack and after unsealing, it would increase its strength. On the other hand, the heaven-reaching staff would become stronger as the battle went on. This attribute was very suitable for heaven-touch great sage. I like it more and more. Thank you, Master. Heaven-touch great sage smiled excitedly and put away the heaven-reaching staff. As for He Shi, Lai Qin, Ning Shaoshan, and Gendosa, they were excited. Was Lin Ling going to forge such a powerful weapon for him? Heaven-touch great sage, don't be happy too early. I've already shown you before. Now, it's your turn to forge. Lin Ling said indifferently. Heaven-touch great sage was stunned for a moment, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Previously, Lin Ling's forging speed was too fast, and he did not see it clearly at all. Don't tell me that you didn't even see through half of the 600,000 formation patterns I forged before? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Heaven-touch great sage hurriedly lowered his head and said nervously, Master, I only saw 10,000 formation patterns. I really want to beat you up. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. This heaven-touch great sage was too useless. Master, as long as you don't hit my head, you can beat me up however you want. Heaven-touch great sage said. When He Shi saw this scene, she was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. After a long time, Lin Ling personally forged and upgraded everyone's heavenly weapons to the Emperor grade. Then, he wiped his sweat and planned to go to the mission board. He Shi caressed her new sword lovingly. This sword was called Qing Shui, and it strengthened her defense by a large amount. When the sword was unsheathed, it was like a bright moon hanging high in the sky. It could increase her strength by 30%. Then, she volunteered to bring Lin Ling to the mission board. Obviously, her misunderstanding of Lin Ling had been resolved. Moreover, through their conversation, she found out that other than breaking her breastbone that day, Lin Ling did not take advantage of her. Ning Shaoshan and the others also followed Lin Ling. They were relieved because although they were new disciples, it seemed that as long as they were by Lin Ling's side, no one would dare to provoke them easily. Lin Ling continued to talk with heaven-touch great sage along the way and became more familiar with the 7 Emperors' world. This was indeed the top of the pyramid of the mortal world. It gathered the elites and peerless geniuses of the mortal world. They could only cultivate here for 5 years. If they could not become a heavenly emperor in 5 years, they would be chased out of this place. Moreover, their identity as a disciple of the mortal emperor would also be stripped. But even so, everyone who walked out of here was an existence that could not be underestimated in the 3 mysterious realms. In other words, this was also a place to cultivate the elites of the mortal world. This made Lin Ling curious about the 7 emperors. These 7 giants of the mortal world were much better than he had imagined. Moreover, along the way, they crossed thousands of mountains. Lin Ling's soul force was released from time to time. He faintly sensed that there were many experts hidden in the mountains. They were all cultivating diligently, forming great laws in that area. It was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling even sensed the origin energy above the great laws. It was just that there were fewer of them. After a long time, a red floating mountain appeared in the sky. This mountain floated above the clouds and was surrounded by gorgeous rainbows. They connected to the floating mountain, making this place look like an otherworldly mountain. What a powerful technique! Wow! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He followed Heaven Touch Great Sage and the others and stepped onto the rainbow. Lin Ling glanced around and found that there were also mortal emperor disciples walking on the other rainbows. However, judging from their clothes, they were clearly not from the Eastern Mountain. Moreover, their strength seemed to be stronger than the Eastern Mountain disciples. He guessed Lin Ling's doubts and explained, in the Eastern Mountain, besides the first king of the Eastern Mountain, the next is us, the 4 poisons of the Eastern Mountain, and then you. The Eastern Mountain is currently the weakest among the 4 mountains. Chapter 1501. Yin flourishes and Yang declines. Why is this happening? Lin Ling asked curiously. 5 years ago, the Eastern Mountain was the #1 mountain under the 7 emperors' heavens, and its disciples were all extremely powerful, including me. At that time, there was a full moon, but 5 years later, many disciples left, and the Eastern Mountain entered the period of a waning moon, while the other 3 mountains entered the period of a full moon. This is an unchanging rule under the 7 emperors' heavens, so the current Eastern Mountain has more yin than yang. Heaven Touch Sage explained. Lin Ling nodded. So the biggest reason was still the departure of his disciples. It looked like these 5 years of cultivation were the most crucial. He would be titled Celestial Emperor, and from then on he would have a meteoric rise. If he failed, then he could only wander the mortal world. He glanced at Lin Ling. She felt that the arrival of a newcomer like Lin Ling seemed to have returned Dongshan to the time of the full moon. After a short moment, everyone stepped onto the mountain. As they looked around, the buildings here were towering like a city, and there were extremely many people. At the center of the mountain, there was a jade-green pillar of light that shot into the sky, and it emitted an indescribable majesty. Many lights that looked like fireflies floated around the pillar of light, and if one looked carefully, they were jade tokens. The spiritual chi here is even denser. Those buildings are cultivation rooms. There are 100 times, 1,000 times, and so on. Those who complete the mission can cultivate there. Great Sage Motian pointed at the buildings and then looked up at the sky. That's the mission board. In Xianping province, if something happens that ordinary warriors can't solve, they will help the human emperor. In order to solve these problems, the human emperor also trained his disciples at the same time. That's why he created the mission board. There are difficult and easy missions on it, and the rare ones require you to go to places like the demon realm. However, after completing the mission, the rewards are generous. You should know that the rewards from the 7 emperors' heavens are rare in the human world. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with anticipation. What he lacked right now was cultivation resources. He hoped that he would be able to receive a good mission. He is actually with someone else? As Lin Ling and the others were walking towards the mission board, surprised voices suddenly came from the street. Several yellow-robed youths walked over with furrowed brows. From the looks of it, they weren't disciples of Eastern Mountain. The one in the lead had a scar on his face and was gloomy like a centipede. He looked at with a malicious light. How rare. The 4 poisons of East Mountain, the second disciple of East Mountain, is actually together with others. How rare. Eastern Mountain is a place where yin flourishes and yang declines. Other than the first king of Eastern Mountain, the other disciples are like trash. I'm so envious of them. They're like the 4 immortals of Eastern Mountain, but they don't have the strength to kiss a beauty. Those people spoke as they walked, their words were filled with disdain. Moments later, those few people blocked Lin Ling and the others. The one in the lead sneered and suddenly stared at Lin Ling. Not bad. You're the first disciple I've seen walking together with the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Kid, what's your name? Tell me your name. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also stared at Lin Ling curiously. That was because they also saw that she seemed to be on good terms with Lin Ling. Tao Xian, what do you mean by this? At that moment, Heaven Touch Great Sage took a step forward and shouted coldly. Heaven Touch Great Sage, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Tao Xian wasn't afraid of Heaven Touch Great Sage. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, didn't you hear what I said? Remember, in the 7 Emperors' heavens, sometimes you just have to be obedient and say a word. Perhaps you'll be able to see the world. At that moment, Tao Xian was a little surprised. Firstly, he was actually with another man. Secondly, this newcomer didn't seem to pay much attention to him. He was quite bold. The people around them sneered at Lin Ling and the others. Tao Xian and the others naturally knew who he was. He was the 5th disciple of Western Mountain and was stronger than the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Most importantly, they had heard that Tao Xian's brother was an expert with the title of Celestial Emperor. It was no wonder that Tao Xian dared to not give face to Heaven Touch Great Sage. What? I only asked you a question and you're so scared that you don't dare to speak. If that's the case, can you answer me? If he can do it, I can do it too. Will you be with me then? Tao Xian laughed again. Clearly, he treated Lin Ling as a passerby. His real target was Master, this person is Celestial Emperor Feiyang's younger brother. Even I don't dare to provoke him. Heaven Touch Great Sage whispered to Lin Ling. He frowned but didn't say anything. She wasn't afraid of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain when they were together, but she wasn't a match for him alone. Lin Ling nodded at Heaven Touch Great Sage's words. He stared at Tao Xian. I'll let you speak, even if you're a dog. I don't like talking to myself. Tao Xian finally shouted angrily. It was as if he was extremely dissatisfied that Lin Ling and the others didn't dare to speak. Senior brother, are you asking for my name? Lin Ling finally spoke. His words stunned Tao Xian. He didn't expect Lin Ling to actually dare to speak. He laughed mockingly and said, that's right. What's your name? I'll call you Dad. Lin Ling's voice was cold as he spat out the words indifferently. Then, he added, scram. The word scram was like a thunderclap that stunned the surrounding disciples. How could Lin Ling not see that this guy was bullying Lin Ling? Furthermore, he wanted to get closer to That was why he was showing off in front of them. Unfortunately, Tao Xian wasn't qualified to act like a tyrant in front of Lin Ling. Who is this Eastern Mountain disciple? How arrogant. He's courting death. He didn't even say anything. Does he think he's the 2nd-ranked disciple? Just you wait. Tao Xian won't let him go. After a moment of shock, the surrounding disciples sneered. Tao Xian's face stiffened. He shook his head, as if he couldn't believe that Lin Ling had spoken to him. His face darkened as he said, you don't seem to know who I am. Scram. Lin Ling shouted again. He didn't care who the other party was. He just told him to scram. Everyone's expression finally changed when they heard the word scram. Tao Xian's eyes turned cold. He could see that Lin Ling was only a 2nd-stage sage, while he was a 4th-stage sage with a powerful immortal body. He couldn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. He said coldly, very well. Before he could finish, Lin Ling said indifferently, I don't understand where you get your face from. Is it because you're from West Mountain? Or is it because your brother is a Celestial Emperor? Is that why you're standing in front of us? Do you want to prove your strength and nobility? Please, if you want to pursue the 4 poisons of East Mountain, then do it with your own strength. Does bullying us Eastern Mountain disciples prove that you're stronger? You're just a clown. Chapter 1502. Mission List. Lin Ling's scolding had left their mouths agape, but they also felt that Lin Ling's words were true. It was precisely because there were more females than males that they dared to be arrogant in front of the Eastern Mountain disciples. If it had been 5 years ago, they might not have dared to do so. Good, good, good. What a sharp tongue. Tao Xian was so angry that he started laughing. He stared at heaven-touching sage and suddenly understood something. It seemed like this young man was so arrogant because of heaven-touching sage's support. He laughed sinisterly and said, "With heaven-touching sage here, I admit that I'm not his match for the time being. However, you seem to want to enter the mission board. I can tell you that with a single word from me, you won't be able to enter. Elder, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a domineering roar. A black-robed elder quickly walked over from the pillar of azure light not far away. This person used to be a disciple of the human sovereign, but after cultivating for 5 years, he still hadn't been bestowed the title of Celestial Emperor. Thus, he stayed in the 7 Emperors' heavens to manage some trivial matters. Guarding the mission board was one of his duties. This person has no respect for anyone and looks down on the disciples of other sections. In my opinion, he should be chased out of this place. Tao Xian shouted in a low voice as if he was the master of everything. He sneered at Lin Ling. The black-robed old man's expression was indifferent. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Lin Ling. "Who told you to come here and cause trouble?" Causing trouble? The expressions of Ning Xiaoshan and the others changed drastically. When did they cause trouble? It was these West Mountain disciples who had stopped them and humiliated them. Elder, that's not the case. They were the ones who stopped us, and then created trouble out of nothing. He Shi'er said anxiously and bowed to the black-robed old man. Shut up. However, before he Shi'er could finish speaking, the black-robed elder reprimanded her. He then looked at Great Sage Heaven Touching and said, "Great Sage Heaven Touching, you are no longer a disciple of the 7 Emperors. Who allowed you to enter this place so easily? It's one thing to enter and leave so easily, but to allow these newbies to cause trouble here, let me ask you, who gave you the guts?" Obviously, the black-robed old man's status was even greater in the 7 Emperors' world. Moreover, his words caused the usually wild and unruly heaven searcher to frown. Even though he wasn't afraid of the black-robed old man, the black-robed old man was still the guardian of the assignment rankings. Offending the black-robed old man was equivalent to offending the 7 Emperors. Seeing that Great Sage Heaven Touch was silent, the black-robed old man looked at Lin Ling and said, "The 7 Emperors' heaven is a place of peace. Everyone is here to cultivate. Do you think this is your home?" Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. "So, what do you want?" "In the 7 Emperors' heaven, killing is not allowed. I'll cripple your cultivation base, and you can leave this place. After all, you're causing trouble in the mortal world. Not killing you is already a sign of my benevolence." The black-robed elder glanced at Tao Xian. Tao Xian smirked. His elder brother was the Celestial Emperor, so the black-robed elder would naturally give him face. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Cripple his cultivation? For a disciple of the 7 Emperors, what was the difference between crippling his cultivation base and being killed? Lin Ling didn't expect the black-robed old man to be so bold and ruthless. He sneered and said, "You want to cripple my cultivation base? You're not qualified. How dare you? I've already shown you mercy, but you're still so stubborn." The black-robed old man shouted angrily. This young man was about to die, but he still dared to be arrogant. Bold? I think you're the bold one. How dare you? Lin Ling was still not afraid. A purple gold human emperor token appeared in his hand, and he threw it over. The black-robed old man caught it, but after a glance, he frowned and said, "What's this? Looks like you've committed another crime. Trying to deceive an elder of the human emperor, your cultivation base will be crippled. How dare you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man exploded with power. His strength was comparable to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. He was indeed an elder who worked for the human emperor. What happened? Yes. At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a man in black armor slowly walking over. His whole person was like an ancient demonic insect, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Spacetime Heavenly Emperor. Yes. Staring at that man, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They naturally knew that man. He was a strong man with the title of Heavenly Emperor, and also the owner of the mission board. It was said that his immortal body was the rare spacetime worm. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. Yes. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He didn't think that such a small matter would attract the attention of the spacetime Heavenly Monarch. However, he quickly said, "Heavenly Monarch, this brat is so arrogant that he dares to cause trouble on the mission board. He even publicly humiliated the 7 sovereigns. He even took out a fake jade token to prove himself. I repeatedly tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen." Yes. Is that so? Yes. The burly man looked at Lin Ling indifferently, then took the jade token from the black-robed old man's hand. After looking at it carefully, his eyes narrowed, and a thick murderous aura spread out. That aura made the surrounding disciples' faces change dramatically, and a sense of uneasiness arose spontaneously. Why did the spacetime Heavenly Emperor's attitude change after seeing the jade token? "Elder Ren, you've worked on my mission board for more than 50 years. On account of your many years of hard work, even if there's no merit, I still appreciate your hard work. You can cripple your own cultivation base." The tall and sturdy man said indifferently. What? The black-robed old man's cultivation base was going to be crippled? The disciples' faces changed dramatically. The black-robed old man's face also changed greatly. How could this be? He looked up and stared at the burly man. There are some things that I don't need to explain clearly. You only have one choice now. 1. Death. 2. Cripple your own cultivation base. The burly man said again. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ling with a strong sense of fear. Only he knew that the young man's status was the same as his, a heavenly emperor. One had to know that not many people knew about the purple gold human emperor token, but those who had it were treated with great respect. "Ah, I'm going to die. Ah." The black-robed old man's mouth opened wide, unable to believe his ears. One had to know that killing was not allowed in the 7 Emperors' heaven, but the spacetime Heavenly Emperor still dared to kill him for the young man. This meant that something was wrong. He seemed to have kicked an iron plate. "It seems that I have to do it myself." The burly man shouted coldly. "Wait, sir, I'll do it myself." "Sir." The black-robed old man shouted anxiously, then looked at Lin Ling bitterly. Then, he crippled his own cultivation base. Many years of hard work were gone. An elder of the 7 emperors was reduced to an ordinary person. How terrifying! The surrounding disciples' faces turned serious. For the first time, they felt that the young man from East Mountain was somewhat mysterious. Chapter 1503. Surge. Brother, Elder Ren had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, so he offended you. I hope you don't take it to heart. The burly man looked at Lin Ling again, making Lin Ling smile politely. Then, he looked at Tao Xian. Sir, this dog colluded with the elder, twisted right and wrong, and had no respect for anyone. I think we should kick him out of here and never let him step onto the mission board again. Sir, what do you think? Humph, the tall and sturdy man's heart trembled. This young man was ruthless. Even though he knew that Tao Xian's brother was a titled celestial emperor, the young man in front of him was already a celestial emperor. There was no need for him to make a choice. Tao Xian, he said coldly, from now on, you're not allowed to step onto the mission board. Also, take one of my palms and you can scram. Humph, never allowed to step onto the mission board again? Celestial Emperor of Spacetime, why don't you just kill me? Humph, Tao Xian's expression changed drastically. The mission board was the most desirable place for disciples. If he couldn't step onto it, how could he cultivate and surpass Langia and the carefree 10 halls in the future? I gave you a choice before. I told you to get out, but you didn't. Now that you want to leave, you'll have to pay the price. Humph, Lin Ling said coldly. Tao Xian's face turned deathly pale. Just as he was about to say something, the burly man stepped forward and slammed his palm heavily. Rumble. Powerful origin energy exploded. Under countless gazes, Tao Xian disappeared from everyone's sight. It was a real disappearance. His method was extremely mysterious. The surrounding disciples were all stunned, trembling with fear. They didn't expect that Tao Xian, who had a celestial emperor as his brother, would be kicked out of here. You all seemed very arrogant before, saying something about East Mountain having more yin than yang. Now I'll give you a chance. Get out of here within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Otherwise, those who stay will never be allowed to step onto the mission board again. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the surrounding West Mountain disciples. The faces of the disciples turned ugly. They shouted angrily and fled, cursing in their hearts, this young man from East Mountain is ruthless. As for the Renhuang disciples who were watching from afar, their expressions turned solemn. They had a feeling that a disciple who was no weaker than the first king of East Mountain had risen. All right, the problem is solved. You can enter the mission board now. The burly man smiled at Lin Ling and then welcomed Lin Ling in. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to treat Lin Ling as a disciple, but as an expert of the same generation. Heaven Touch Great Sage and he didn't seem to be able to react. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile and explained, purple gold human emperor token, titled Heavenly Emperor. Boom! Their hearts trembled fiercely. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling was even more powerful than they had imagined. However, this sort of shock didn't last long, and Heaven-Touching Great Sage chuckled. As expected of his master. At this moment, Lin Ling led Lai Qing and the others into the mission board. It was a temple-like building. In the center of the temple, there was a huge pillar of green light that shot into the sky. A large number of jade tokens were floating there. It was magnificent, like a fairyland. Lin Ling, right? My name is Spacetime Heavenly Emperor. If this is your first time accepting a mission, you should accept more than 1-star missions. Many of the 1-star missions are not difficult. For example, if you win a place on the lower Xian ranking and successfully reach the top, you will be rewarded with 10 drops of Half-Saint's Essence. If you rush into the middle Xian ranking, you will be rewarded with 100 drops of Half-Saint's Essence. Moreover, you must complete all of these missions within a year. This is the primary mission of every disciple of the 7 emperors. Spacetime Heavenly Emperor appeared beside Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although Lin Ling's realm was not high, and his talent was not strong, Spacetime Heavenly Emperor still didn't dare to neglect Lin Ling. In addition, I heard that the He family in the south of Xianping province is from the demon realm. Therefore, they need to be eradicated. This mission is not difficult. You can also accept it. In addition, challenge Langia, or the carefree 10 halls. You will be rewarded with 200 drops of Half-Saint's Essence. Spacetime Heavenly Emperor continued to introduce more than a dozen 1-star missions. All of them were easy to obtain drops of Half-Saint's Essence. Obviously, Spacetime Heavenly Emperor was trying to befriend Lin Ling by giving some simple missions with good rewards to Lin Ling. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling quickly bowed. You and I are brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Spacetime Heavenly Emperor laughed. Ning Xiaoshan and the others were extremely jealous, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't know that Spacetime Heavenly Emperor was trying to curry favor with Lin Ling because Lin Ling was already a Heavenly Emperor. In the future, it was very likely that he would be given the title of Xian Di. And Xian Di was a powerhouse that even Spacetime Heavenly Emperor had to look up to. One had to know that in the Seven Emperors world, Heavenly Emperors were not the top-titled Heavenly Emperors. Moreover, in the three mysterious realms of the mortal world, there were many cultivators stronger than Heavenly Emperors. After Lin Ling politely accepted all the missions, he evaluated them and became excited. Once these missions were completed, his godly demon overlord physique would be upgraded. Moreover, his cultivation would increase accordingly. After a long time, Lin Ling, Lai Qing, and the others left. At this moment, a large number of disciples had gathered at the foot of the floating mountain. The leader was Tao Xian. How could he swallow his anger at this moment? Naturally, he would look for Lin Ling to settle accounts. As for why he was driven away by Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, he didn't know. However, it didn't matter what the reason was because his brother was Heavenly Emperor Fei Yang. He didn't dare to provoke Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, but how could he not dare to provoke Lin Ling? What's going on? Who is Tao Xian challenging? It seems like it's a new disciple from East Mountain. He has embarrassed Tao Xian before. Moreover, Tao Xian will never be able to enter the mission list. Interesting. Tao Xian is the fifth disciple of West Mountain. He comes from the Tao family of Xianping province. His brother is Heavenly Emperor Fei Yang. How can a new disciple be so bold? That new disciple has an extraordinary background. He seems to be a titled Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he fought with King Shen Tu before. Discussions broke out all around the floating mountain. A large number of disciples had appeared. These people were clearly stronger than the disciples of East Mountain. Moreover, their backgrounds were also extremely powerful. Some were from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars, while others were from Langya and the carefree 10 Halls. Titled Heavenly Emperor? Is a new disciple qualified? Low shouts suddenly sounded out from the mountain ranges. Some powerful disciples had finally arrived. It was obvious that they had been attracted by the title of Heavenly Emperor. Titled Heavenly Emperor? Is he a disciple of East Mountain? Damn it, even I, the first king of East Mountain, don't have the right to be titled Heavenly Emperor. I really don't know what the 7 kings are thinking. On top of a mountain peak, an arrogant youth with long hair fluttering in the wind stood coldly. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He was the first king of East Mountain. One had to know that in East Mountain, he was the number 1 male besides the 4 poisons of East Mountain. However, in the few days he went out to train, a new disciple had already surpassed him by being titled Heavenly Emperor. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.